Hello everyone. For tonight, I have put together various historical topics that tell us not of particular events or of a single period, but rather of the history of techniques, such as the ones used to measure time, or beliefs like astrology, or of social life. These are themes that touch on the fabric of daily life. So, through these, the history of timekeeping, of colors, of rooms in homes, or alchemy and astrology, we're going to shed light on what life was like around the world and at different periods. The journey is about to begin, and we're about to get started with the history of timekeeping, the quest to measure time and what it meant for humankind. Make yourself comfortable, and off we go. What do we talk about exactly when we speak of timekeeping devices? Obviously, of systems, of appliances that give us the current time. But not only. It is also about measuring how much time has passed between two events, measuring years and their possible divisions in months or weeks, establishing calendars, and associating dates with past or future events, which helps us locate them on the time axis to make these dates make sense given our representation of time. So, how did the first human societies deal with this? Simply by looking at astronomical bodies at first, the sun, the moon, stars, which gave them a rough estimate of time. This helped build a structure, a frame, with days and years, as they observed cycles that kept repeating. Some of the oldest traces of architecture in stone we know of, like Stonehenge, are thought to have been astronomical observatories. One of their functions was to follow seasonal and annual events, like solstices or equinoxes. The solstice is when the sun reaches its maximum or minimum declination. Concretely, it gives the longest and shortest days of the year. And in the northern hemisphere, this happens around June the 21st and December the 21st. These dates are used to officially mark the beginning of new seasons, summer and winter respectively. The equinox is the time when the sun crosses the celestial equator. Days and nights are approximately the same length when this happens, which is also twice a year, around March the 21st and September the 21st. Equinoxes traditionally mark the beginning of spring and fall. I'm telling you these things to illustrate that the first elements, the first recurring events that gave a frame to timekeeping were these natural phenomena: the cycle of a day, the cycle of the moon, the yearly cycle, the seasons. Based on these observations, calendars appeared spontaneously around the world, in written form or not, everywhere. But we don't know much more than that about the timekeeping methods in prehistoric times, because they left no other traces. And evolution that seems to have appeared in the second millennium BC, more than 3,000 years ago, was the making of devices that kept track of time on shorter periods of time, within a day, using something that moved continuously. Shadow clocks or sundials, for example, that used the position of the sun in the sky to determine time. Water clocks that used the constant flow of water falling. Candle clocks with a candle burning. If you think about a mechanical watch or a clock, the mechanism inside is not in constant motion. It moves at a steady rate. For example, every second a gear moves, and in between these moves, the mechanism stays motionless. The invention of such mechanisms for timekeeping that use oscillation happened much later, in the 13th century, and they revolutionized clockmaking. But before that, the only methods to keep track of time were based on continuous processes, something falling, something burning, or an astronomical body moving in the sky. It doesn't mean ancient methods were that basic. They were refined and improved over the centuries, and spectacular machines based on these continuous processes were built, from China or India to the Middle East and Europe. So let's take a look at these ancient devices. The very first systems of timekeeping within a day that we know of are shadow clocks that later developed into sundials. What is the difference between the two? A shadow clock measures time based on the length of a shadow, which will depend on the position and the motion of the sun during the day. A vertical stick planted in the ground can be a shadow clock. At the beginning of a day, it will have a long shadow projected opposite to the sun. The shadow will shorten as the sun rises to reach its minimum length at midday, and then the shadow will grow longer again, but on the other side of the stick, as the day keeps advancing. A sundial is an evolution of the shadow clock. It uses the same principle of reading time with the shadow of a vertical stick or pole, but the shadow is projected onto a surface with a reference scale, like the needle of a watch, except the needle is a shadow. All major cultures around the world, on all continents, invented sundials. The oldest ever discovered was found in the Valley of the Kings in Egypt, the burial place of pharaohs during the Egyptian New Kingdom, and it was dated to 1500 BC. It is well possible that the Egyptians used sundials long before that. We also know that the ancient Babylonians made some, thanks to references to them on clay tablets. And in the first millennium BC, sundials became frequent around the Mediterranean. The Greeks made many, and the Romans adopted them. The first sundial in Rome would have arrived during the 3rd century BC, looted from a Greek colony in Sicily. One thing the Greeks and the Romans realized was that if a sundial was moved, transported to another location, it lost its accuracy, which is logical depending on where you are on Earth, at which latitude. the position of the sun is going to change. So the Greeks, as they used to do, refined the system and used deduction to better understand what was happening. In the 2nd century, they discovered it was possible to calculate in advance where the sun would be in the sky at a given time and at a given geographical latitude. It was also in ancient times, in the Near East and the Greek world, that the concept of hour was established. We are used to count time in hours, and we know there are 24 hours in a day, each of them comprising 60 minutes or 3,600 seconds. But this is a convention. Hours are not derived from an observable phenomenon, and one day could have been divided into 40 or 20 or 10 shorter units of time instead of 24. So why do we have 24 hours in a day? The Greeks started dividing daytime into 12 equal portions, and they called these portions of time orae or orai. The word hour comes from this. But these hours were seasonal. It means they started at dawn and ended at sunset, which implies that in the winter, when days were shorter, 1 hour was shorter than a summer hour. At the time of classical Greece, only the day was divided into 12 hours. The night was divided into 3 or 4 night watches that also varied in duration depending on the seasons. In the 2nd century BC, the practice of also dividing the night into hours began to spread, and it became the norm. This antique norm of hours that changed duration depending on the season, with longer hours in the summer and shorter hours in the winter, lasted for centuries until the late Middle Ages, when mechanical clocks began to be used. With hours that constantly changed in duration during the year, clocks had to be readjusted every morning and evening, which was very inconvenient. And because of this, because time needed to be standardized differently, people progressively got used to a system of fixed hours, 1 hour being redefined as 1/24th of a day, whatever the season or duration of day and night time. Returning to antiquity, the problem with sundials was that obviously they only worked during the day and when the sky was not too cloudy. For the night, the Egyptians came up with another instrument called a merket, which looked basically like a plumb line. The Egyptians divided the night sky into decans. I told you about that recently in the history of astrology and astronomy. They would align the plumb line with Polaris, the North Pole star, and by looking at where the other stars were located on either side, they could roughly determine what time it was and how much time remained before dawn. So sundials were useful and also a source of discoveries about celestial bodies and geography. But other methods appeared too. One that is probably almost as old is the water clock, also called a clepsydra. In its most basic form, a clepsydra is a vessel, a container, in which a regulated flow of water falls, or from which a flow of water escapes. The level of liquid in it indicates how much time has passed. Here again, the oldest known water clock was found in Egypt and dated from the 14th century BC. But there is older documentation, an inscription in a tomb from 200 years earlier that speaks of a water clock and indicates that the tomb's owner, its occupant, a court official called Amenemhet, would have been its inventor. If true, which is unsure because the ancient Egyptians could brag a little on the walls of their tombs, water clocks would have appeared there by the middle of the 2nd millennium BC. In any case, at the same period, there were probably already water clocks in Mesopotamia. None was found, but inscriptions on clay tablets from the 2nd millennium BC refer to them. They were used by day and night guards of cities in Mesopotamia. When the guards began their watch, they poured a certain quantity of water in a large container shaped like a cylinder with a hole near the bottom. And their work hours ended when the cylinder was empty, a practical use of a water clock to measure a fixed quantity of time. The Babylonians used temporal hours, not fixed hours, because as I told you before, in antiquity the duration of hours changed with the seasons, since hours were defined as portions of daytime. So the tablets indicate the exact quantity of water to pour into the clock, depending on the period of the year. The guards were paid to watch a certain portion of day or night time, not a fixed quantity of time. There can be two types of water clocks: inflow or outflow. An outflow water clock means that a container is filled with water and the water is drained slowly and evenly out of the container. There are markings inside and the level of water indicates how much time has elapsed. Now this is the basic principle, the basic form, but it could be improved. The Greeks, the Romans or the Chinese did it. Water has weight, so the accumulation of weight in a container as time passes can be used to trigger mechanisms with gearing and an escapement mechanism. That is to say, a mechanical linkage that periodically releases a gear train, triggers a mechanism. Imagine the container that gets filled with water is placed on a scale. As it becomes heavier with the passing of time, a moment will come when it will tip the scale, when it is heavy enough. This is a movement that can be transported with gears and chains to moving pieces on a dial or to an automaton. The Chinese in particular proved very ingenious at this. They elaborated complex systems based on water clocks. One of the most impressive was a clock tower designed by Su Song, a scholar from the 11th century. He combined a water wheel system with chain drives, gears, escapement mechanism to power a sphere representing celestial bodies moving, following real celestial bodies in the sky in real time, and more than 100 striking clock jacks that could sound the hours and display informative plaques. This tower was a marvel of engineering, only powered by water falling evenly from one container to the next. This astronomical clock tower was over 30 feet tall, and it was the pinnacle of a millennium of improvements and inventions all along the first millennium AD. Another Chinese innovation was the replacement of water with mercury for the fanciest clocks. Water works very well, but the problem is that it freezes at 0 degrees Celsius, and this is not such an extraordinary temperature. Mercury is liquid at room temperature and freezes only at minus 38 degrees, way lower than any air temperature normally found on Earth. So that was useful for big machines that were typically placed outside buildings and could be exposed to really cold temperatures. The original astronomical tower built by Suzong was lost, and so were all the machines from the first millennium. We only have the plans. But modern replicas exist, and they reveal the ingenuity and engineering capabilities of their creators. Other systems using containers slowly filling with water were imagined. For example, in India. In the 5th century, at Nalanda, in the east of India, there was a Buddhist university where the passing of time was tracked with a bowl holding 2 floats placed in a larger bowl. The first bowl had a small hole at the bottom that let water slowly in, and after exactly 4 hours, this bowl would sink when it contained enough water. Someone would beat a drum to indicate that 4 hours had passed, and the system would be rearmed for a new cycle. A similar system, with a bowl sinking in a larger container, was widespread in Persia before Islamic times, in antiquity. In different regions of Persia that were arid, the right to access water from springs and rivers was shared between different farmers or estate owners. Each one could divert water from a spring to his land for a given portion of the day. And in order to manage these water rights, people were hired to supervise a water clock and ensure that each shareholder of the resource got what they were entitled to. One of many examples that show the importance of timekeeping in society. It served for a lot of activities, economic here, but also religious, to signal the times of prayers or ceremonies during the day, military, to coordinate actions, for navigation too. I will elaborate on this later. No complex human society can function without norms about timekeeping and methods or devices to keep track of time. The last developments of water clocks, that also gave birth to spectacular machines, like in China, happened in the medieval Islamic world. Various Arab and Persian scholars, engineers, built upon the gear mechanisms that had been introduced in ancient Greece and Rome to create ever more complex machines. They also used new mechanical parts in water clocks, like epicyclic gearing, which was introduced around the year 1000. Epicyclic gearing consists of systems with several toothed wheels within a circle gear, and they are all connected. They transmit their motion to each other, but they allow for plenty of different ratios or motions. The gears can also move inside the circle gear, which permits plenty of different transmissions of signals and movement. In the 11th century, water clocks using these complex gears were built in Spain, in Morocco or Syria. And these works culminated in 1206 with the so-called castle clock, created by Al-Jazari, a scholar and inventor. It was a big device, the size of a small house, 11 feet high, that had multiple functions alongside timekeeping. On top, it displayed the zodiac on a wheel, with the orbits of the sun and the moon following their paths in real time. Under this zodiac, there was a little gallery, a gateway, where a pointer traveled on a hidden card, marking the hours, and as it traveled, it opened little doors every hour, each revealing a mannequin. Near the base there were 5 automatons, 5 little musicians who automatically played music, and on each side an automaton resembling a falcon that could drop little balls into vases under them. All of this connected and powered by water regularly flowing from a tank and transmitting energy to water wheels and gears. Together with the Antikythera mechanism that I also told you about recently, and that was 13 centuries older, this castle clock is considered to be an ancient form of programmable analog computer. You put it in place, filled the tank with water, and it automatically calculated the positions of celestial bodies or kept track of time. At the time it was invented, hours were not fixed units of time yet. That was before mechanical clocks and the definition of hours as 1/24th of a day, regardless of daytime and nighttime, as I told you before. So daytime hours during the summer lasted more minutes than daytime hours during the winter, and the machine took that into account. It could be reprogrammed for the changing length of day and night throughout the year. Another type of devices refined during the Islamic Middle Ages was the astrolabe, which is not just a timekeeping device, but rather a broader astronomical instrument. Astrolabes date back from classical antiquity, the first millennium BC, and they were used as navigation instruments too. The astrolabe serves as a star and planets chart, and in its simplest form it looks like a metal disc with a pattern of wires, cutouts and perforations that allow the user to calculate astronomical positions precisely. So when you know how to use it, it can help you find a particular star or planet, or to determine local latitude if you know local time, and vice versa, determine the time if you know the latitude. In the Islamic world, especially in Persia, clocks and astrolabes were sometimes merged into a single device. These were never common objects, they were high-technology marvels of their time, and only a few units were made for universities or kings, but they show that the use of gears, escapement mechanisms and complex systems was intensifying by the 11th, 12th, 13th centuries in timekeeping devices. They were still powered by a continuous process, waterfalling in that case, but the era of mechanical clocks was approaching. Before we talk about it, there were a few other ancient methods that deserve to be mentioned. They include incense and candle clocks, both based on another continuous process, the controlled burning of something. Incense in sticks burns without a flame and evenly. For short periods of time, straight sticks could be used, but for longer periods, incense was shaped in spiral on a disc with reference marks that indicated how much time had passed since it had been lighted. Sometimes the spiral could be made of different incenses with different scents that would indicate with their scent the current time. This type of incense clock that could be easily transported and turned into a home object became popular in ancient China as a kind of high-end gift. Candle clocks that were graduated and slowly burned were another method based on the same principle. Candles burned evenly, and provided their diameter and material was replicated, they could be manufactured in large quantities. These were used in China in the first millennium and in medieval Europe, especially in churches and monasteries, to keep track of time and ring the bells at the times of religious services along the day. And there was also the hourglass, which is not as old as one could imagine. It seems the hourglass appeared in the Middle Ages in Western Europe, not before the 11th or 12th centuries at the earliest. The making of a hourglass implied the use of glass blowing, which at the time was a form of craft only practiced in Europe. So there is no known trace of hourglasses everywhere else before the first European medieval ones. It appeared late, but it was a quick success. An hourglass could be used in a wide range of applications, at sea, in churches, in industry, or in cooking. It was reusable, not too difficult to calibrate, because hourglasses are used for relatively short periods of time. It was not too expensive to make. Glass was a bit expensive at the time, but considering it was reusable, it was still affordable. So it spread to public buildings, to homes, ships, and it became well known. So much that from the 15th century onward, it took on symbolic meanings in the West. It became a symbol of time itself, or death, or just to indicate that waiting is required. Hourglasses stayed in use long after the introduction of watches and other types of mechanical clocks, for their simplicity. The biggest revolution to date in the history of timekeeping began with the introduction of mechanical clocks by the end of the 13th century. This was a revolution first because of their increased complexity, but also conceptually. Mechanical clocks use oscillating devices instead of being based on a continuous process, be it the motion of the sun, water, or sand. A breakthrough was the invention of an escapement mechanism called the Virgin Foliot, around 1275. So what is this? A Virgin Foliot consists of a vertical shaft topped with a crown wheel. This is the verge that rotated and drove a foliot, a horizontal bar with weights attached on either side near its ends. When the verge rotated, it tried to communicate its rotation to the foliot via the gear wheel, and this made the foliot oscillate back and forth, which produced a regular tick, an oscillation. The system could be adjusted for longer or shorter intervals between the ticks if the weights were placed farther from the axis near the ends of the foliot. The oscillation would be slower and faster when the weights were placed closer to the verge. In other words, the Virgin Foliot was a system that transformed a continuous rotation into an oscillation. The advantage and really new thing with that system based on oscillation is the production of a signal, a tick that comes back regularly and can put in motion gears. This is what is called a regulator in horology, a device that maintains a designated value. Typically in a clock, the tick is calibrated to last 1 second, and from there, the system of gears with different ratios will be able to track minutes, hours, days, or even years in more complex clocks. There was already a know-how of gears, transmission systems using chains between gears, more complex systems of gears like the epicyclic gearing that I told you about before. And now, with the ability to mechanically produce an oscillation, all the ingredients to make mechanical clocks were present. They were first introduced into large tower clocks that had progressively appeared in European cities of the Middle Ages, and were initially water clocks, with big dials giving time to everyone. These clocks were convenient, and they were also an element of prestige for the medieval cities that could afford them, or the people who had the means to offer them to their cities. Along the 14th century, these big clock towers were increasingly equipped with mechanical systems based on oscillation, and here again, with a lot of creativity from engineers to make them attractive. The fanciest ones had doors opening every hour, and a little show of automatons taking place when the bell rang. In practice, the first clocks based on the Virgin Foliot escapement were very imprecise. Typically, they would drift by as much as 2 hours every day, so they had to be readjusted once or twice a day using a sundial. It was far from ideal. But these clocks became all the rage by the late 14th century, first in Italian cities, and slightly later in France and England. Between 1371 and 1380, over just 10 years, more than 70 European cities built a public clock. This tells us of the importance of timekeeping in these urban areas of the time. Giving the time was a valuable and necessary public service because everyone needed it. The students, the rich, the poor, men, women. Everyone had a life that was timed with working hours, meetings, time periods during the day dedicated to certain tasks. Very slowly, and in a way that was barely perceptible, people's relationship to time was beginning to change. Lives were less and less connected to just daytime and nighttime, the rhythms determined by nature, like they had been for all of mankind's history. This was also the period when seasonal hours, with a duration that fluctuated with the seasons, were replaced with fixed hours that all lasted the same and ignored daytime and nighttime. The following 300 years saw major developments that improved the accuracy of mechanical clocks, which, as I said, was very poor at first. Clocks were also big objects, at least several feet high, because the only ways to power them, for example with a counterweight slowly descending, were rather cumbersome. This changed in the 15th century, with the invention of the mainspring. Like a weight that is placed high and will slowly descend, the torsion of a spring is a way of storing energy inside a device, an energy that is then slowly and steadily liberated. Not that steadily at first, actually, and that was the main problem of clocks that limited their accuracy. So new devices were invented to even out the force released, such as the stack-freed or the fusée, which are mechanisms that help to equalize the uneven force released by a mainspring or a descending weight. The improvement in accuracy allowed the use of clocks for other things than just indicate the time. For example, in navigation in the 16th century. If you keep a clock set to the local time of a starting point of your journey, whose longitude is known, you could determine the longitude of any other point you had reached by comparing this original time on the clock with the local time of the place where you had arrived. This helped navigators to estimate more and more precisely where they were at sea and follow the desired route. So clocks improved, the first pocket watches appeared thanks to mainsprings, but they still needed to be readjusted regularly because of their drift, which could easily be several minutes in a day, despite the improvement to their accuracy since the first medieval prototypes. The era of precision timekeeping really started in the 17th century, with another major innovation: the use of oscillators that were subject to harmonic motion. What is this phenomenon, harmonic motion? If you imagine a pendulum in a clock, it moves back and forth, or left to right, and always comes back to its central position after the same amount of time. And this is so because its maximum displacement on one side is equal to its maximum displacement on the other side. So it oscillates and produces time intervals between each cycle of oscillation that are always the same. It also works with a mass attached to a spring that goes up and down. The mass falls because of gravity, then it is pulled up by the force from the spring, and this type of system will tend to find an equilibrium, a harmonic motion, in which the two forces are equivalent and keep the mass going up and down. This could last forever if it happened in a void, but in practice it doesn't, because the mass, or the pendulum, are attached to something and also subject to friction from the air. But still, this type of oscillators is much more accurate and lasts much longer without intervention than the first mechanical oscillators like the Virgin Foliot. The era of precision timekeeping began with the introduction of this type of oscillators in horology. The first pendulum clock was created in 1656 by a Dutch inventor, Christian Huygens, and this helps dramatically improve accuracy. His first prototype erred by only 1 minute per day, and later ones by only 10 seconds per day, which was something that had never been achieved before. From this point on, and all along the 18th and 19th centuries, an intense competition between horologers began to produce ever more precise and reliable clocks, which led to plenty of other inventions and techniques with gears that minimized friction or alloys of materials that were less subject to temperature. When you start making very precise devices, the dilatation of the instruments and mechanisms due to variations in temperature becomes a problem that can affect accuracy. This was not a major concern before, when clocks erred by several minutes every day anyway, but when clockmakers started aiming at perfection, it became a problem. Many things were tried to solve this dilatation problem. For example, by the late 18th century, mercury started to be put inside pendulums to mitigate the effect of temperature variations. And in the late 19th century, a new alloy called Invar, which is made from iron and nickel, started to be used because it expands very little with heat. A good illustration of the race to ever better timekeeping was the development of the marine chronometer. In 1707, the British Royal Navy suffered a disaster off the coast of Sicily in the Mediterranean due to navigation mistakes. 4 ships had wrecked and been entirely lost, causing the deaths of hundreds of sailors, just because they were unable to correctly calculate their position with the clocks, the charts, compasses and other instruments at their disposal. I told you earlier that ships used clocks since the 16th century to determine the longitude they were at any given moment. This worked, but was still rather imprecise, for a part because clocks erred, and this was amplified on ships due to the ships moving at sea, when clocks needed to remain perfectly horizontal to work as intended. If a clock has a pendulum and you shake it, it is going to interfere with its oscillations. So the British government offered a prize to anyone who would create an instrument accurate enough to determine longitude to within only a few miles. This competition was entered by a clockmaker from Yorkshire who designed a few years later the first sea clock, which was able to remain horizontal and stopped working if the ship moved suddenly. He used the name chronometer for it, which has remained for particularly accurate timepieces. And this need for better devices, for a practical use like navigation, contributed to the ongoing improvement of clocks. In the 19th century, electricity was introduced as a power source, and with it would follow a few decades later, in the 20th century, the discovery of a new possible oscillator, quartz crystals. As you can imagine, there is no pendulum or spring or gears in your phone, and yet it is able to give you time. So how does it work? In modern timepieces, time is tracked not mechanically, but electrically or electronically, using the properties of quartz crystals, which can help build devices more precise than any mechanical clock could ever be. How is it possible? Quartz crystals have a particular property. They are called piezoelectric, which means that when they are subject to mechanical stress, such as bending, they accumulate electric charges, and it works in reverse. When electric charges are applied to them, they tend to bend. Another advantage of quartz is that its size does not change much as temperature fluctuates. Modern horology uses these properties. Applying electricity to a quartz crystal turns it into an oscillator that produces a very steady signal with precise frequency. The principles of this technology were discovered in the first half of the 20th century, and in the 1960s, the first consumer products using quartz technology began to be sold. In the 1980s, with the development of electronics, quartz timekeepers became very inexpensive to produce, and more precise than mechanical clocks and watches by an order of magnitude. So they quickly replaced mechanical clocks. They were added to computers and all appliances that keep time. A crystal quartz is what you have in your phone, your laptop, your desktop computer, your kitchen appliances if they give time, your car. They are everywhere now. And their success has been such that mechanical clockmaking has turned into a niche luxury industry at this point. Having access to time at any moment is now considered ordinary. We need it. Our relationship to time has evolved dramatically over the centuries, and maybe faster than ever over the past 2 centuries since the Industrial Revolution and the introduction of precisely timed work hours. A major change in industrialized countries has been a new perception of time by the vast majority of the population. Time has become a resource, and a precious one. A resource that has to be put to use, not just for work. There is time for leisure, friends, family, for rest, for oneself. There is lost time and quality time. We take our time or we don't. All of these terms, even when they speak of time as something that has to be enjoyed or used to relax, they reflect an utilitarian understanding of time. We have to do something with it. We have some in a limited quantity before the end of the day or the end of our lives. For psychology, anthropology, sociology, this is an interesting field of research. It tells about how we live and look at our lives. We should not assume that the perception of time was always as it is today. In pre-industrial societies, the urge to accomplish something with every bit of time available was probably not as strong. There is a field of research called chronemics that studies how time is perceived and communicated across cultures with the tools of anthropology, philosophy, or linguistics. And looking at the status, the importance of time and its management can also reveal cultural differences that persist. Just to give an example, a cultural difference in the management and perception of time is what is called monochronic and polychronic time. A monochronic perception of time is the tendency to do things one at a time and segment time into small, precise units. What I referred to before when I told you we have time for different things. There is work time, which itself is segmented into smaller units for different tasks. We have personal time, resting time, socialization time, and these tend to be kept separated. We don't try to do several things at the same time. In societies that see themselves as monochronic, and this is typically the case of the United States or Northern and Western Europe, this way of segmenting time is taught to us and valued as a way to be more efficient in whatever we do. Now, this is just a cultural trait among many, and it doesn't erase the existence of individual personalities and behaviors. But I guess anyone living in the West can relate to this. For monochronic cultures, time tends to be seen as a resource or a commodity. Hence sayings like wasting one's time, gaining time, time is money. Time would be something that we consume. And with this perception comes the high value placed on schedules, tasks, punctuality, as a way of respecting the time of others. This factor weighs a lot in how we live and engage with other people. Again, it is far from being the only factor to determine our interactions with others. It is not that simple. For example, the United States is probably one of the countries in the world where this monochronic tendency is the strongest across its entire society. And yet, in America, salespersons or waiters in restaurants will typically take a bit of their time to do small talk with customers. This is something that almost never happens in Europe. A sales attendant asking a complete stranger how they're doing and pretending to care about the answer. This would really be awkward. But in America, it is commonplace. So, if the United States are monochronic, why do people lose their time doing this? This can happen in a monochronic society because there are other rules. There are rules of civility, of politeness, that are important. And it is not necessarily contradictory. Giving away a little portion of your precious time and attention to someone you don't know yet is a good way to show that you care about establishing a connection. It is a little gift which makes sense to initiate a transaction. In opposition to monochronic time, there is polychronic time, a trait that has been identified as more pronounced in South Asia, Latin America, or Africa. Polychronic time is the absence of strict segmentation. Several things can be done at once, and time is perceived in larger sections that are more fluid. A more polychronic person will typically base their perception of time on environmental phenomena like dawn or sunset. They will refer less to strict times during the day, which means that strict punctuality is not going to be that important to them, not out of a lack of care or respect for the persons they are supposed to meet, but because there is no perception that the others will lose their time. They can always do something else and switch tasks. A polychronic inclination will tend to make people focus more on objectives that are not precisely placed on a schedule, whereas a monochronic person will cut a goal into subtasks and fixed deadlines, schedules, that are going to become intermediary goals. Polychronic individuals also tend to establish shared personal connections with others before a common task is started, whereas a monochronic person will tend to see these work relationships as temporary and practical. No one or no society is fully one or the other. It is a continuum. What I wish to illustrate here is how time perception is eminently cultural. The passing of time is an objective phenomenon, of course, that affects everyone, but the way we perceive and live it can vary a lot. Returning to technical aspects, I told you that quartz timers were the most widespread timekeeping devices today, thanks to their accuracy and affordability. But they are not the most accurate. The ultimate timekeeping device we have is the atomic clock, which was invented in the 20th century. So, what is an atomic clock, concretely? Since the 13th century and the introduction of oscillation rather than a continuous process to keep track of time, more and more accurate timepieces have been made with oscillators. Pendulums are oscillators, quartz crystals too, and in the case of an atomic clock, the oscillator is the resonant frequency of atoms. To keep things simple, atoms can have different energy levels, and when their electrons transition from an energy level to another, they interact with a very specific frequency of electromagnetic radiation. In other words, they produce an extremely reliable and steady oscillation, a tick, that can be used to keep track of time. A mechanical clock with a pendulum knows the time because it counts how many times the pendulum swings back and forth. An atomic clock knows the time because it counts how many times an atom wiggles. Quartz timers improved accuracy by an order of magnitude, and so did atomic clocks, compared with quartz. They are accurate to within a few seconds over many thousands of years. A recent atomic clock from 2014 at the National Institute of Standards and Technology in America measures time with an uncertainty of 1 second in 300 million years. It is almost perfect. The first ever practical atomic clock was built in 1955, and since then many more have been added. There are more than 200 nowadays, functioning around the world. And because they became by far the most accurate devices, standard time around the world is now based on them. Since 1967, the duration of a second in the International System of Units is based on the properties of the atom of cesium, a relatively rare chemical element that is used in atomic clocks. A second, if you ever wondered how it was defined, is officially the time that elapses during a bit more than 9 billion cycles of the radiation produced by the transition between two levels of the cesium atom. The numbers don't really matter here. What it means is that this reference to a radiation cycle allows for extremely precise definition and tracking of time, which is useful not just for breaking records. The information given by atomic clocks is used to perfectly uniformize timekeeping around the world, or for navigation by satellite networks, such as GPS. These systems need very precise timing because they indicate the position of objects on Earth by multiplying the time by the speed of light. This means that a timing error of 1 nanosecond, a billionth of a second, translates into a significant error in the position, an error of about 12 inches or 30 centimeters. So these systems need extreme precision that even quartz devices could not provide. Without atomic clocks, GPS would be far less accurate than it is. It's been a very long road, full of discoveries and scientific and technical leaps forward, since men began to measure time with shadow clocks or water clocks 3,000 to 4,000 years ago. It is hard to know exactly when predictions began to be made using the position and movement of stars and planets. But it certainly started with the observation of cycles in the sky. The earliest evidence we have of an interest in the cycles of celestial objects dates back from 25,000 years ago. Markings on bones and prehistoric cave walls that tracked lunar cycles, probably the most obvious kind of cycle because they are relatively short, 28 days only. And the moon is often the most visible body in the night sky. Men could certainly notice the correspondence, the connection between these movements and natural phenomena, like tides for the moon, or the connection between seasons and their weather patterns with how high the sun rose in the sky. We ignore the meaning attributed to these patterns so long ago, if any, but these basic astronomical observations became particularly useful when human groups settled and adopted a sedentary lifestyle based on agriculture. This happened during the Neolithic agricultural revolution, which took place in different parts of the world more than 10,000 years ago. More and more groups transitioned from hunting and gathering to a life of settlement and agriculture, based on the domestication of plants that became crops and of animals. Agriculture implies planning. You need to know what time of the year is appropriate to plant seeds, and depending on the regions, you need to anticipate recurring phenomena like rain or floods. to take advantage of them. This made astronomy a useful tool. Constellations of stars in particular that follow annual cycles in the sky could herald annual floods or seasonal activities. By the 3rd millennium BC, when urban civilizations emerged, they had developed awareness of celestial cycles of everything that was visible to the naked eye, and established the correspondence between these cycles and the seasons, the years, or the probability of weather events such as variations in temperature or rain. There was this practical dimension to it, but because we also are beings of culture and symbols, of interpretation, causal links were established. We have proof of that, for example, in the alignment of temples with the rising of stars or with the position of certain bodies in the sky at pivotal moments in the year. Very old monuments, from Stonehenge to Egyptian pyramids or Sumerian temples, were not built randomly. Their orientation and maybe their architecture were filled with significance, with meaning, as if they were conceived as meeting points between our terrestrial world and what was above it. This tells us that the movement of celestial bodies was seen as much more than just practical information. It was also infused with meaning. Saying what meaning exactly is tricky for the very first civilizations. We can only speculate, because they did not let any explicit documents about their views, only ruins and scattered inscriptions sometimes. The connection between what happened in the sky, repeating fixed cycles, and terrestrial phenomena like seasons was obvious. And this probably explains why astrological beliefs appeared spontaneously, it seems, across the world, in cultures that were not in contact. These cultures elaborated astrological systems that were all different and sometimes contradictory. The same body, like a planet, could be attributed different influences or functions. But in parts of the world that were very far apart, these systems emerged and became used for divination, to understand the present or anticipate the future. If celestial bodies were connected to terrestrial life, and we can anticipate on the cycles of these bodies, then why not also study their possible influence and use it to make predictions about events from people's lives to entire societies? Astrological systems can be very different, but this is their common starting point. The assumption or the belief that celestial objects determine or influence what happens on Earth, and will continue to do it in the future. The earliest recorded organized system of astrology is Babylonian astrology, and it arose in the 2nd millennium BC in Mesopotamia, present-day Iraq. The first recorded system or theory of astrology, but obviously it doesn't mean it did not exist before. We know that 1,000 years before, in the same region, the Sumerians made omens inspired by celestial observation. but references to these are isolated. It is not sufficient information to figure out what the Sumerians thought of astrology and how it was practiced. But from the Babylonians of the 2nd millennium BC, we have some written information, including a comprehensive compilation of 70 tablets, comprising thousands of celestial omens. This form of astrology, as it appears in the tablets, was focused on practical predictions, mundane topics like weather forecasts or political forecasts. So, astrology in Babylon was used to make predictions, but also as a very practical tool to establish yearly calendars for communities with the list of tasks they should accomplish at each moment of the year: harvesting, fishing, sowing crops, collecting or managing water reserves, things like that. It seems there was no clear distinction between the predictive function of astrology and the yearly calendar, which is more a timekeeping, very practical thing. The Babylonians were limited in their astronomical knowledge, which was not the most advanced of their time. It was only 1,000 years later, in the 5th and 4th centuries BC, that they started accurately calculating, predicting future planetary positions, the positions of planets that were visible to the naked eye, obviously, such as Jupiter, Venus, Mars or Mercury. Saturn was also known. At this point, they started producing ephemerides, that is to say, diaries or books, but they were on tablets, not on paper, that gave the future trajectory of astronomical objects. Ephemerides were crucial to make elaborate astrological predictions, to know where planets were in the past when a person was born, or an event happened, and to be able to anticipate where planets would be at a given time in the future. It is believed the Babylonians associated planets with their gods, and they saw astrology as a way to understand or anticipate what divine forces would expect from them, how to please or to appease them. With the multiplication of ephemerides, their astrology also became more individualized, with predictions about people and no longer just meteorological trends or predictions about politics and the whole of society. They started making horoscopes, which means a visual representation of the heavens at a given time, and with them natal astrology, the concept that remains central in modern Western astrology, that an individual's personality or path of life can be explained and anticipated, at least for a part, depending on the situation of the sky at the moment of the person's birth. This belief that astrology can make predictions about individuals and not just social, political, or meteorological events was also present in ancient Indian and Chinese astrology. But as we see with the case of the Babylonians, it appeared after the creation of an astrological system, at least a millennium after, in the case of Babylon. They didn't have enough astronomical knowledge to establish horoscopes and birth charts, before the 5th century BC. Babylon also established in the first half of the first millennium BC the tradition to divide the sky into signs, into zodiac signs, named after constellations. The mapping of the visible sky happened before and in various parts of the world. For example, we know from Egyptian tombs that the Egyptians from the 2nd millennium BC already had divided the night sky into segments or decans. They had 36 of them, and they were identified by the group of stars that appeared inside each of them, providing like a background in the sky, slowly moving along the year, in which faster bodies, planets, moved. These segments were called decans because they are 10 degrees wide, so you have 36 of them. That's 360 degrees in total, representing the entire landscape of the sky that passed above them during a year. To the Egyptians, these decans were like a coordinate system. When something was observed in the sky, they could note, record, and communicate the information. The Babylonians also had such maps of the sky, but by the 5th or 4th century BC, they had divided the visible celestial sphere into 12 sections, each of 30 degrees, like the 12 months of the year, and they had attributed a sign to each of them. This happened as they were developing birth charts and horoscopes. And so, from an astrological standpoint, people were born under a particular sign, depending on the position of the sun in the visible sky, the ecliptic, at the moment of their birth. This sign, plus the individual position of planets within the zodiac at the moment of birth, provided as many individualized influences that could explain a person's personality or destiny. As you see, many principles of Western astrology were elaborated, invented by the Babylonians. And then they traveled to the Greco-Roman world, to the west, and to India also, to the east. I will tell you later about Indian astrology. But before that, let's look at what happened in the Mediterranean, more specifically in Egypt. By the end of the 6th century BC, the Babylonians conquered Egypt, which at this point was well past its glorious days of independence and stability. But Egypt was still rich. It had a large population and a vibrant culture. Part of this culture was its astrological tradition. We don't know in details how the Egyptian astrological system worked, but astrologers were present. The ecliptic had been mapped into sections, into decans that I just mentioned, and astrology was used as a divination method. For example, before battles or to name newborns from the aristocracy, astrologers in Egypt had been consulted for centuries. It is believed that this Babylonian occupation influenced a great deal Egyptian astrology, even though it didn't last very long. For example, in the naming of zodiac signs. So it left a big trace, And 200 years later, Alexander the Great invaded Egypt, taking it from the Persians who had replaced the Babylonians. Egypt became the place where different great cultures, different big influences mixed the most. Egyptian, Babylonian, Persian, Greek. When it came to astrology, a synthesis came out of it that included the Babylonian tradition of zodiac signs, named after constellations, the Egyptian tradition of subdividing the ecliptic into 36 decans of 10 degrees, which cut each zodiac sign into 3 subsections, 3 decans, and the significance that the Greeks had given to the various planets they knew. These different takes on astrology merged and laid the basis of Western astrology. In the 2nd century AD, they were synthesized in a book by a scholar called Claudius Ptolemy, who was at the same time a mathematician, astronomer, astrologer, and geographer. This book, the Tetrabiblos, was translated from Greek to Arabic, which ensured its preservation, then to Latin during the Middle Ages, almost 1,000 years after it had been written, and it became a kind of Bible, the main reference for European astrologers for centuries. As in many other cultural and intellectual fields, Greece influenced Rome, and in the first centuries of our era, the kind of astrology that dominated around the Mediterranean was this synthesis of Babylonian, Egyptian, and Greek beliefs. It was still different from modern Western astrology because less planets were known. The calculations of their positions were less precise than they would become, but overall the concepts of zodiac signs, named after constellations, the belief that someone's astrological profile depended on the time and place of birth in relation to the position of astronomical objects, all of this was already in place. Both Greek and Roman societies had an ambivalent view of astrology. It was popular, as other means of divination were, probably not as much as oracles, but in the lower classes of society that did not have access to oracles or seers, astrology could work as a substitute. It made its way up in society, and some Roman emperors started to consult astrologers for guidance. But it doesn't mean astrology was always embraced. It was also criticized. First, because it remained seen as a foreign practice, especially by the Romans. They knew it came from the East, that it was not genuinely Roman. And there was an ongoing current in the Roman elite that was constantly preoccupied by the possible contamination or the decline of Romanity due to foreign influences. Even though the Romans tolerated foreign cults, beliefs, and languages, most educated Romans of the 1st or the 2nd centuries saw their culture, their political tradition, their military, or their social order as superior to anything else. And why wouldn't they, since they had been very successful? But as their empire expanded and Roman citizens multiplied, there was always the fear that what made Rome could be diluted and become decadent, that the values of bravery, sacrifice, honor, high morality, or efficacy that were seen as inherently Roman would get lost. So, even at the height of Roman power and Roman influence, there were authors condemning foreign influences of all kinds, from the importation of exotic luxury goods that was suspected to soften the Romans, to alien religions, beliefs, or practices, like astrology. Astrology was still associated with Babylon and Egypt. It was often referred to as Chaldean wisdom, Chaldea being the name given to Babylonia, to Mesopotamia. So, astrologers were sometimes attacked in writings. They were called charlatans. The main argument being used against them was that there was no proof that what they said was accurate. The Greeks and the Romans did not have something comparable to the modern scientific method, but they distinguished analogical and deductive reasoning. Astrology was and still is analogical. This means it works purely on comparisons, but cannot explain why it works. Astrologers claimed that having a planet in a particular position at birth or at a given moment had a certain influence, but they could not explain how or why. They could only say it was as it was because it had been observed before. There is no logical, deductive relation here. And so different Roman thinkers pointed this, arguing that they were asked to believe something said by someone who could not even explain it, nor come up with evidence that it had been observed. Maybe it was just made up after all. The same thinkers could accept unproven beliefs when they were part of their own cultural traditions, but not from some alien culture that they considered somewhat decadent. The same arguments for or against astrology are still around. Astrology lost its recognition as a science because it cannot explain how or why it would work, and it cannot demonstrate that it statistically works. This is why we can speak of analogical reasoning here, the belief that an observation implies an effect, but without an understanding of how the two are related. This is what superstitions are made of. A very basic example of analogical reasoning could be, I have observed that it rained during the past 3 Fridays, so that must mean that Friday brings rain. But before we judge, we also need to acknowledge that analogical reasoning plays a big role in the human thought processes. It is because we make comparisons and start from observations that we can elaborate hypotheses, and that helps us a lot navigate daily life, even without necessarily deeply understanding everything that happens around us. We absolutely need analogies. Another analogy, for example, could be that when there are clouds, rain follows. And this one is a fruitful analogy, the first step towards understanding where rain comes from. So, without the analogical thought process, without the capability to make that kind of comparisons, we would have a hard time making hypotheses and questioning them. But still, analogical reasoning is generally less convincing than deductive reasoning. That is to say, a form of reasoning that is able to logically explain why and how things happen as they do. A contemporary reaction to this argumentative weakness of astrology is to speak of supposed energies sent by celestial bodies that would reach us and provide this logical link between planets or celestial configurations and our states of mind or circumstances. This concept of energies provides a causality, but maybe not a very convincing one, because the term energy here is still undefined. It is not energy in the sense of physics. It was never measured or quantified. It is seen as immaterial. It is more a synonym for influence. That sounds a bit more sciencey or tangible than the term influence. But it is still purely conceptual. No one has ever explained or measured what this supposed energy was, or how astrology was able to anticipate on it. Even though they were not formulated in scientific terms, these objections to astrology were already raised 2000 years ago. But this being said, beware of thinking that these anti-astrology Roman authors were rigorous scientists. In the case of most of them, like Cicero, but there were many others, it seems their opposition to astrology was much more motivated by a visceral rejection of a foreign practice that bothered them, rather than by a love of logic and science. At the same time, they also defended Roman beliefs and traditions that were not rooted in logic and reasoning at all. But in practice, this didn't stop astrology from spreading and appealing to all social classes. Remember that at the time, astrology and astronomy were not clearly separated fields. As a matter of fact, many scholars did both. And this tells us that there was no widespread rejection of astrology by the scholarly world. Like for alchemy and chemistry, alchemy being the more esoterical ancestor of scientific chemistry, astrology and astronomy were hard to distinguish, and they probably mutually stimulated each other. Demand for astrology gave an incentive to come up with better calculations of the movement of celestial objects. It also stimulated the elaboration of theories about the nature of the cosmos and this mysterious dome above people's heads. In that sense, the concern for astrology was certainly fruitful in terms of discoveries upon which future generations would build. The absence of clear separation between astronomy and astrology continued until the dawn of modern times, including in universities, until astronomy separated itself from astrology, when it appeared that Earth was maybe not the center of the universe, and that all the mapping of the sky and the hypothesis medieval astrology was built on were challenged by a completely different representation of the world, in which Earth was also a body traveling in space like all the other planets and stars we can see. But we will come back to this. Before I tell you about astrology in the Middle Ages, let's go back east and to America to see how different astrological systems emerged in China, in India, or in Mesoamerica. As all these developments took place in the Middle East and the Mediterranean, another region of the world where astronomy and astrology had an advanced development was in China. Chinese astrology was elaborated in the first millennium BC, about at the same time as the Babylonian, Egyptian, Greek synthesis happened 2000 years ago. A number of principles were set in China. Principles that are rather different from Western astrology. First, because Chinese astrology was infused with traditional principles or beliefs from Chinese culture, the yin-yang philosophy, that is to say, the belief in two opposite and complementary principles, the theory of the five elements, metal, wood, water, fire and earth, or the concept of heaven and earth. The Chinese also associated the planets they knew with elements, not with deities like in the Greco-Roman world. Venus was associated with metal, Jupiter with wood, Mercury with water, Mars with fire, and Saturn with earth. Chinese astrology was, and still is, based on a mapping of the sky, but the constellations are different, and there are not the same zodiac signs that divide the year into 12 segments. Instead, Chinese astronomers divided the celestial circle into 12 sections, following the orbit of Jupiter. Jupiter needs about 12 years to complete a revolution around the Sun, so 12 years, in reality a bit less, is the duration of a year for Jupiter. So Chinese zodiac signs are associated with periods of 1 year, and they are also different from Western zodiac signs: dragon, tiger, horse, monkey. So the system is very different, but Chinese astrology had the same functions as its Western counterpart. There was mundane astrology that told of seasons and events that impacted all of society, like what I told you about Babylon, all the way to birth astrology, with the same belief that a person's fate and character could be influenced by the position of the major planets at the person's birth, along with the position of the sun, the moon, the place of birth, and their zodiac signs, which in that case is determined by the year when they were born, and not a period during the year. The division of the sky into segments is something that happens spontaneously in other parts of the world, between cultures that were not in contact. We also see it in Mesoamerica. As you may know, Mesoamerican cultures, like the Maya, the Olmecs, the Toltecs, the Aztecs, had an advanced astronomical knowledge. In the first millennium BC, they had identified and rather precisely estimated the solar year. They could also anticipate on the course of planets, and they had elaborate calendars. If we take the Maya as an example, they had a solar calendar of 360 days that is believed to have been essentially practical. It was used for the planting of crops and other domestic matters. but they also had a ritual or religious calendar of 260 days. It was shorter, and this one governed rites, ceremonies, offering to their gods, festivals. They also tracked the cycle of Venus, a 584 days cycle that followed the course of Venus. To the Greeks and Romans, because Venus had been associated with the goddess of love and beauty, the planet was generally seen as a positive astrological influence, or at least one that governed intimate feelings and love life. To the Maya, Venus was much more sinister in a sense. It was believed to be inauspicious and bringer of violence. So the rising of Venus at the beginning of this 584 days cycle would be preferably chosen to start wars, to engage in confrontation in general. The Maya also named constellations after animals. They are not all known, but it seems at least some of their constellations were common with other separate cultures, like the constellation of Gemini that they called Peccary, or Scorpio that they also called the Scorpion. Yet another major region in the world that developed an astrological system was India. And India was influenced by and also influenced Mesopotamia and China. India was another place of astronomical excellence in the ancient world, and astrology built on this. But the origins and influences that led to modern Indian astrology are a bit unclear, because a lot of texts from the first centuries of our era got lost. The first known astrology text in Sanskrit is from the 2nd century AD, and it was translated from Greek. And indeed, many aspects of Indian astrology keep traces of this Greek influence. There are the same zodiac signs, each associated with one of the 4 elements, for example. But there are also other concepts that appear to be specifically Indian. For example, on top of the 12 zodiac signs, the sky is also divided into 27 segments called lunar mansions. The system also considers 9 celestial bodies, but they are not exactly the same as in Western astrology. After the discovery of new planets that were not visible without telescopes, Western astrology updated its system. Typically, it includes Uranus or Neptune, sometimes dwarf planets like Ceres. The Indian system focuses on planets that have been known for thousands of years: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, plus the Sun and the Moon, which accounts for 3. There is the whole body, but also its south node and its north node. Node here refers to the position of the moon in its cycle. The north node is when the moon is rising, for half of the lunar month, and the south node is the aspect of the moon when it is descending. The body of Indian astrology, as it is still in use today, was fixed in texts from the early medieval period, the 6th to 8th centuries AD. At the same time, to the west of India, Middle Eastern and Greek astrology were adopted by Islamic scholars. So let's take a look at that too. as soon as the expansion of Islam began in the 7th century. Arab scholars, who most of the time knew Greek too, began to translate and circulate Greek and Latin writings in every field, including astronomy and astrology. They expanded this knowledge from antiquity. For example, in the field of astronomy, they identified and named many stars. A lot of stars have names that come from Arabic, like Aldebaran, Altair, Betelgeuse, or Vega. And they also applied their mathematical skills to astrology. For example, to develop the calculation of angles between celestial bodies and include them into horoscopes. Astrology in the medieval Islamic world was very well established. Monarchs would consult astrologers, and the discipline had its place in libraries and universities. But it doesn't mean astrology was accepted by everyone here again. Several prominent astronomers and mathematicians or thinkers wrote against it for different reasons. One reason was the old objection to astrology that already existed centuries earlier about its purely empirical nature. Astrologers claimed that a given celestial configuration would produce certain effects, but they could not tell why or how they knew it. There had been no experiment, no proof. And some authors just argued that it could be completely invented. Interestingly, the idea that planets and other bodies acted on terrestrial life was not really discussed or argued against. It was admitted as something likely. What these authors attacked, like Avicenna, one of the most prominent philosophers of medieval Islam, who was also a physician and believed in proof-based knowledge, what they contested or doubted was the capability of astrologers to determine the exact influence of stars and planets. Avicenna believed that astrologers knew nothing and just repeated what others had invented before them, taking it as knowledge when in fact it had been made up. So Avicenna and others did not deny the essential dogma of astrology, the belief that celestial bodies have an influence on human life. What he denied was our ability to make predictions from astrology. Another kind of critique was more of a theological nature. Orthodox Islamic scholars argued that the will of God could not be precisely known or predicted in advance when it came to the lives of individuals or small groups, and that it was arrogant, almost blasphematory, to pretend to be able to predict the future. We will see in a minute that a similar argument also existed in Christianity. The Catholic Church rejected astrology. But in Muslim regions during the Middle Ages, these critics were around, and astrology was a bit controversial. But because it remained very associated with astronomy, and because it was also used to make meteorological forecasts, or even in medicine, it was considered by many as part of the natural sciences of the time. And apart from these theoretical debates, the point is that there was demand and fascination for astrology. It was popular, so it was abundantly practiced and written about. At the same time, in medieval Europe, which was predominantly Christian, and more as the Middle Ages advanced, astrology also went on. Marginally in the first centuries of the Middle Ages, because antique astronomical knowledge had been lost in this part of the world. The intellectual and scholarly world was very fragmented, so it is likely that astrology was still practiced by a few people, but probably in an unsophisticated form. Another thing that didn't play in favor of astrology, too, was that the Church condemned it as a superstition. In practice, it was not repressed or fought very aggressively. Few astrologers were really bothered by the Church, unless they would become vocal about other theories or beliefs seen as heretical, and in that case, the practice of astrology could be held against them as a sign of deviance or blasphemy. So the Church was hostile, but it didn't stop astrology from existing and even prospering as the Middle Ages advanced. In the 12th and 13th centuries, different texts were translated from Arabic, ancient Greek treatises, or the writings of Muslim astrologers and astronomers who had built up on them. And this was not limited to astrology, by the way. In many other fields, Arabic manuscripts or Greek manuscripts from Byzantium permitted medieval Europe to rediscover and reappropriate antique science, philosophy, and antique beliefs too. As the first European universities opened when they were founded after the 10th century, astrology that was paired with astronomy became one of the areas taught at the same level as arithmetic, geometry, or rhetoric. And we have plenty of signs that astrology was very present in medieval culture, from educated to modest classes. For example, medieval writers often used astrological symbolism with zodiac signs and planets in their literary themes. Many of them speak of astrology in a way that assumes a certain knowledge of their readers about it. We also have the precious archives of an English astrologer of the 15th century, Richard Trewithion, that include a notebook with his list of clients. This list shows people from all walks of life, not just wealthy or educated people, suggesting that consulting with an astrologer was a widespread practice by the end of the Middle Ages. One field where astrology played a big role was medicine. By the 13th century, using astrology was a part of everyday medical practice in Christian Europe. To become a physician with official diploma and recognition, one had to know enough astrology, enough to use the position of stars, planets, and the moon as important information in a diagnosis or to decide a treatment. By the 1500s, it was even compulsory in many countries to calculate the position of the moon before any complicated procedure, like surgery. These procedures had to be done at the right time, with the right celestial influences on the patient side. And maybe the peak of European astrology was in the 16th century, at the time of the Renaissance. Coming out of the Middle Ages, astrology had a high profile already. Astronomical knowledge from Greco-Roman antiquity had been fully recovered and even perfected. And astrology benefited from its association with astronomy that gave it like a veneer of fact-based, credible science. At the time, all kings or high aristocrats, powerful people, consulted astrologers. Ephemerides and horoscopes were widely distributed using printing press and reaching more people than ever. This was the century of Nostradamus. I made a story about him if you are curious. Nostradamus' books of predictions were sold like this, and these were some of the best sellers of the Renaissance. And yet, problems were about to begin for astrology in the West. Astrology was dealt a big blow when it started to be rejected by astronomers, as the antique worldview collapsed. Until the Renaissance, as you know, the geocentric theory that put Earth at the center of the universe had not been questioned seriously. It was even more unquestionable that it had also become official teaching from the Church. The dominating theory about the structure of the universe dated from very long ago, from ancient Greece, Aristotle. In Aristotelian physics, there were several spheres, and Earth was one of them. Above our heads were two other spheres, the sublunar realm, including the sky above our heads up to the moon, and the celestial realm beyond the moon, where stars and planets evolved. Astrology had completely embraced this model. All its calculations and principles were based on it, bound to it. But in a few decades, it appeared that Earth was just a planet among others, that there were more planets or celestial bodies than thought until now, for example, the moons of Jupiter, that maybe it was the Sun that was at the center. That's the heliocentric theory of Copernicus. And so that all the principles of astrology, with its limited numbers of known planets, the Sun revolving around the Earth, the stars forming constellations that are just our perception of them from where we stand, but in fact the stars from the same constellation can be at very different distances from us. They appear grouped just because they are in the same sector of the sky. All of this stopped more and more astronomers from taking astrology seriously, because they knew that all its assumptions since antiquity no longer stood. It doesn't mean the concept of astrology was fully rejected yet. That is to say, the concept that stars and planets interfered in terrestrial life. The problem was more the realization that the astrological system that had been in use for so long was built on a description that no longer was scientifically accurate, a model that could no longer stay associated with astronomy. The separation of the two fields did not happen quickly, though. It took place in stages along the 17th and 18th centuries. Possibly because many astronomers were also astrologers. And I'm not talking of obscure scholars, people like Galileo, Kepler, Tycho Brahe, who are some of the most prominent astronomers of the Renaissance and early modern period, and even of history, people who made major discoveries, also practiced astrology. Another possible reason is that when this revolution in the conception of the universe happened, it was very destabilizing. It transformed the vision of the world from a finite, familiar model that put Earth and mankind at the center into one of unprecise limits, unprecise boundaries. Where did this immensity ended, if it did? In which men were traveling in space on a planet that was no different from other planets. Not a comforting thought. So there was probably reluctance to let the old Aristotelian model go. And until the 18th century, astrology was not heavily criticized or rejected outside of universities, because in universities it was now considered out of place, and in stages it was ousted. This meant that, contrary to what happened in the previous centuries, there was no longer much intellectual investment put into astrology, and the system was not reinvented. It could have been conceivable, when the Copernican revolution happened, that astrology would have reset itself. We saw that around the world, from China to Mesoamerica, there had been different takes on astrology, different approaches to it. The basic belief or assumption is that celestial objects interfere with terrestrial life. Not that there are zodiac signs or that every planet has a particular influence that would be fixed once and for all. So astrology could have reinvented itself to absorb all this new information about the distances, the nature of celestial objects, the new planets discovered, the realization that the sun was a star among many. But it only partially happened, and away from universities, from the academic, scholarly world. Partially because, as I said before, a few other planets were added and attributed an influence. But the rest of the system was left unchanged, or only marginally adapted. This reinvention probably did not happen because time had changed too. Analogical reasoning was no longer accepted as knowledge, in a scientific sense of fact-based, proven knowledge. And because astrology could not explain why or how it worked, because it could not show statistical proof of efficacy, it had lost its academic credibility. From the 18th century to our day, there is no shortage of critics that point the absence of proof. The fact that astrology utilizes calculations or principles of astronomy that once were astronomically correct, but not anymore, or that it doesn't take into account many celestial bodies, that it has a very simplified version of space in which only objects that are visible and constellations that are arbitrary are taken into account. And yet, the expulsion of astrology from universities and mainstream science did not make it disappear. Astrology flew under the radar during the 19th century. it was still there, but with little representation in literature or the media. And since the 20th century, it has come back in force in popular culture, with horoscopes in the press and probably more astrologers than ever. Even though nowadays they no longer do any astronomical calculations. They use ephemerides in books or ready to use in software to make their predictions. The fact that astrology survived so well suggests that maybe it is not about science or a rational demonstration of its merits. Why do people still believe, or at least like to have fun and seek advice with astrology? Maybe part of it is because it is comforting. Not just because it offers predictions and explanations about what happens in our lives, but also because of the worldview it is built on. Astrology brings us to a finite world, a projection in which there is a limited number of bodies traveling in a space confined to a few constellations. A big space, but it can be grasped, and one can become familiar with it. There are rules, but they can be learned or understood. This is much more reassuring and familiar than thinking of a limitless space with billions of bodies, and the absurdity of living on one of them, traveling at thousands of miles per hour in space, somewhere in the margins of a galaxy. Modern astronomy can be fascinating, but also anxiety-inducing. This could be said of modern science and technology in general too. So there is probably something appealing in astrology as a system. It is closed. It claims to make sense of things that seem to happen randomly. Psychologically, it takes what looks like chaos and replaces it with order and meaning. Even more, when it takes individual responsibility away from people, at least for a part, by suggesting that what happens to them or how they feel is under external influences. Another appeal of astrology is that it is individualized somewhat. The horoscope published in a magazine, not that much. But birth charts also provide an unique astrological profile to each person. It tells you at the same time that you are unique and that you belong to something. Maybe it is not a coincidence that astrology is growing hand in hand with the wellness industry. Another hypothesis is that it is a reflection of anxiety in society. Astrology experienced a spike in popularity in the 1970s. There seems to be another one now. This could be linked to a higher share of the population looking for answers and at the same time willing to find comfort in a worldview that has been around for a long time. So long that people don't even question it that much. Even fans of astrology generally don't know or think much about where the zodiac comes from, how it was put in place, by whom. And indeed, as we have seen tonight, it is very old, more than 2000 years old. Blue is like the king of colors nowadays. As indicated in the introduction, surveys in many countries put this color since the beginning of the 20th century as the favorite color of almost half the population. we don't know whether or not it was already the case several centuries ago. But if we go back to ancient times, blue was much less common in items than it has become. Of course, the color blue is unavoidable. It is the color of the sky, generally of seas and lakes. But when you think about it, it is much less common in plants, animals, and all the raw materials that our ancestors relied on to make objects and art: metals, wood, stones, clays. The color blue is absent from cave art, and it remained uncommon in man-made objects until late in the antiquity. With the exception of ancient Egypt, it seems the color blue was not particularly prestigious or sought after during the antiquity, at least compared with colors like red, purple, white or black. An example of ancient civilization that did not care much for blue is ancient Greece. It is little known, but the Greeks classified colors by how light or dark they were, rather than by the hue. The Greek word for dark blue, for example, kyaneos, could mean dark blue or dark green, brown, black, and the word for light blue, glaukos, could also indicate grey or light green or yellow. In their vision, there was no way dark and light blue could be the same color. And contrary to colors like red, ochre or purple, it was hard to find good pigments in nature. The minerals were limited to lapis lazuli, which was rare and precious, or azurite, which is a copper mineral, also hard to find. And when it came to dyes for textiles, they were discovered later in the antiquity. There were two plants, mainly. In Europe, woad, a plant native to the steppe of Central Asia and the Caucasus, which then expanded to the south and west of Europe, where it was cultivated as a source of blue dye. The leaves of woad provide a blue dye that was the primary source for this color in Europe from the Neolithic to the end of the Middle Ages. It was cultivated especially in Germany, in England and in France. Sometimes entire cities became prosperous along the centuries thanks to it. For example, the city of Toulouse in the southwest of France. There are still mansions in this city that were built several centuries ago by the owners of this dyeing industry. But even long before that, woad was used by the Celts, especially in Britain, where the Romans noted that some tribes covered their bodies and face in blue. Actually, the Picts, an ancient people from the north of Great Britain, are called the Picts from Latin picti, meaning the painted ones. And woad provided a relatively light blue, not the intense blue that another plant, indigo, could give. We'll talk about indigo in a minute, because it became one of the most important dyes in the world for centuries in the modern period. So the Romans knew blue dye, but in clothing this color was associated with the working class mainly. Color codes were enforced quite strictly in Rome. Higher classes used white and red, and the most prestigious of all colors was purple, which came from a rare and precious kind of dye. It was a symbol of power. Emperors wore it. Blue clothing, on the other hand, was relatively basic. So Europe and most of the Mediterranean world used woad as a dye for textiles. But at the same time, in Asia, the source of blue dye was indigo. It was also independently discovered in South America. Fabrics that are 6,000 years old, dyed with indigo, were discovered in Peru. Indigo is not a single plant, it is the name given to the dye itself, and different plants produce it, including woad. But woad doesn't have the concentration necessary to produce deep blue, contrary to other plants from the genus Indigofera, which naturally grow in tropical and subtropical regions of the world. These plants were abundant in India, and India exported blue indigo dye and dyed textiles several thousand years ago already. For thousands of years, it was the major center for its production in the world. And from India, indigo made its way to Mesopotamia, Egypt, China, the Mediterranean Sea. It was known by the Greeks and the Romans and was considered a luxury product. It is no coincidence if indigo sounds like India. The Greeks called it Indicon, meaning Indian, and the Romans Latinized the word to Indicum, which then passed to Italian and eventually to other European languages, giving indigo in Spanish, French, or English. Indigo dyes were also used in Africa for centuries, especially in West Africa. There was a long textile tradition in which clothes dyed with indigo were a symbol of wealth among many people, including the Yoruba of Nigeria, the Mandrinka of Mali, the Hausa or the Tuareg nomads in the Sahara. On many counts, indigo was better than woad. It gave a more intense blue. It was also more cost-effective. It arrived from India at a very high cost until the end of the Middle Ages and was a luxury product, but once a direct connection by the seas was established between India and Europe by navigators in the 16th century, and many intermediaries disappeared, the price on European markets dropped. And then indigo-producing plants were among the colonial crops that Europeans introduced and developed in America. Indigo thrived in the Caribbean, among other products like tobacco, sugar, coffee, cocoa, cotton, and it threatened to destroy the centuries-old woad industry in Europe. Some countries, like Germany and France, initially banned it to protect their industry, but it didn't last, and woad-based dyes declined to the point of becoming marginal. Indigo was transported in blocks of an intense deep blue color that could be diluted to dye textiles or make paint, and it lasted well into the 19th century when synthetic blue dyes replaced it. We'll come back to that. Apart from plants, the other source of blue pigment in the ancient world was minerals like lapis lazuli. The only ancient civilization with evidence of a high status given to the color blue was Egypt. In Egypt, blue was associated with divinity and good luck, and lapis lazuli being rare and very expensive, it came from Afghanistan. It was used in precious jewelry, but it wasn't the only kind of blue available to make items. Beginning in the 3rd century BC, ancient Egyptians started to produce a blue pigment called Egyptian blue that they invented. It was a mix of various minerals like silica. There was also lime and copper that they heated, and the resulting material could be ground. It is believed to be the first synthetic pigment ever created. This Egyptian blue was used to paint wood, papyrus, to create frescoes, and also to color glass and make blue faience beads or blue inlays inside vases, for example. The Romans knew this artificial pigment and they used it. But after the decline of the Roman Empire, the recipe was lost and rediscovered only recently. I told you that blue remained a relatively minor color for the Greeks and the Romans. But the one culture where it became much more important in the centuries following the fall of the Western Roman Empire was in Islamic countries. Islamic architects and decorators used a lot of blue tiles to cover countless palaces and mosques from the south of Spain to Central Asia. Many of them still exist today, and their facades with geometric patterns or floral details have stood the test of time very well. One appeal of the color blue in monumental architecture is that it is not common in nature, out of the sky and the sea. So reproducing such colors that evoke the heavens in a building indicated something sacred or at least remarkable. But still, blue was not the favorite color in the Islamic world. Green and white were. We'll come back to that later in this story, but green was said to be the prophet's favorite color. And for cultures that developed from regions with a lot of deserts, it is understandable that green, meaning plants, water, a welcoming place, life, became the favorite color. It depended on the places and times, but sometimes blue was a color only worn by Christian and Jewish minorities who lived inside Muslim countries, whereas green and white were limited to Muslims. In Christian countries, it is also through architecture that the status of the color blue began to change, and this happened with the development of Gothic architecture and stained glass. Until the 12th century, blue played a minor role. Its status had remained unchanged since the times of Rome, and only poor people would wear it. Maybe they liked the color blue better, but in society, the color of prestige, power, nobility, faith was red. We'll come back to that later. Until the 12th century, because in the 12th century the status of the color blue began to change. And it all started around 1130 with the Gothic revolution in religious architecture. And with this revolution, the appearance of large windows in churches and cathedrals that were decorated with stained glass. To the people who saw these first large stained glass works, it was absolutely wonderful. This type of colored light was awe-inspiring, like nothing they had even dreamt of before. And stained glass windows were often colored with cobalt, which gave blue glass. Together with a bit of red, it filled the church with a bluish violet light that seemed completely otherworldly. This started in the region of Paris, initially at the Saint-Denis Basilica, then at the Sainte-Chapelle in the center of Paris, And from the region of Paris it spread to many Gothic works, including, for example, the Cathedral of Chartres, a town south of Paris that still has blue stained glass from the early period of Gothic. It took decades, but the adoption of the Gothic style in Western Europe really modified the perception of the color blue. Thanks to its association with the sacred, peace, and serenity, it became much more desirable and more prestigious for the first time in centuries. About at the same time, another factor of a religious and artistic nature that changed the status of the color blue was the veneration of the Virgin Mary and the colors used to paint her clothes. In the 12th century, the Roman Catholic Church instructed painters to represent Mary with the most expensive pigment that arrived in Europe, ultramarine, which was basically ground and refined lapis lazuli. Using lapis lazuli as a pigment was not new. The Egyptians or the Mesopotamians did it thousands of years earlier, but in medieval Europe it was more expensive than ever. It came from Afghanistan, traveling along the Silk Road, and arrived in Italy via Venice or Genoa at a cost higher than gold. The one new thing with ultramarine is that the lapis lazuli powder was extremely refined. Impurities were eliminated through a long process, and this gave a very rich and deep blue that no other pigment could compete with. It didn't take long before kings and princes in Europe also adopted blue, because it was expensive, exclusive, and now prestigious. The first kings to dress in blue and incorporate blue into their coat of arms were the kings of France, especially Louis IX, also known as Saint Louis. The coat of arms of kings of France became a blue shield with golden fleur-de-lis. The fleur-de-lis is a type of iris. In just a few decades, blue spread in royal clothing and symbols in all of Europe, and it became associated with wealth and power. Blue also became the king of colors in painting, and its shades changed with technical evolutions. In the Middle Ages, a lot of painting was made with tempera. Tempera is a fast-drying kind of paint, made of pigments and a binder, egg yolk generally. It can dissolve in water. During the Renaissance, oil painting started to replace it on a large scale, at least for the most prestigious paintings. But oil painting changed the way the colors looked on canvas and how they were used. Colors tend to be shinier and darker. The ultramarine pigment, for example, in oil painting, tended to be very dark, almost black. And for this reason, artists like Raphael started to add white to it. In the late Middle Ages, the clothes of the Virgin Mary were of a vivid blue or dark blue, and they became sky blue. This sky blue color turned into a tradition, and even religious paintings from the 19th century kept using it to depict Mary, even though the pigment was no longer ultramarine. Another luxury item in which blue was highly sought after from the Middle Ages became ceramics, Chinese porcelain especially. For centuries, China had a monopoly on porcelain, having discovered the recipe that gave it a perfectly white and slightly transparent aspect. In comparison, ceramics from other parts of the world looked much thicker and more basic, less refined. Chinese craftsmen developed various colors to ornate porcelain objects. It couldn't be done with regular paint because the items had to be heated at high temperature. In the 9th century, they started using cobalt salts to manufacture blue and white porcelain, and later in the Middle Ages, these pieces began to be exported to Europe via the Silk Road. For centuries, Europeans tried to imitate that kind of white and blue porcelain. There were attempts in England, in France, in the Low Countries, in Russia. Maybe one of the most successful was Delft porcelain, from the city of Delft in the Netherlands. But it is only in the 18th century that the secret was discovered, and the quality of European porcelain started to come close to the Chinese production. By the 15th, 16th centuries, the color blue had completely lost its ancient association with the working class, and it was used by everyone in clothing, from peasants to kings. Indigo replaced woad as the source of dye for textile, making the color blue relatively cheap and very resistant too. And now that it was associated with authority, and at the same time relatively affordable, it spread to many new uses. For example, military uniforms. Blue became the color of foot soldiers and sailors in many countries. Maybe for a part because of its popularity, it was subverted by revolutionary armies at the end of the 18th century. After the outbreak of the American Revolution, it became in 1779 the official color of the uniform, and it went on in the US Army until 1902. The dress uniform is still blue today. French revolutionaries also adopted blue as opposed to white for the French royalists and the Austrians, who were the main opponents at the beginning of the French Revolution. And Napoleon kept blue as the uniform color for his armies, and it was abandoned in France only in 1915 because it was too visible on the battlefields. But after the parenthesis of revolutions, blue became increasingly the color of government and authority in the 19th century. And to a large extent it still is. It is the go-to color for policemen and other public servants, for school uniforms too. And still the reason was the symbol attached to this color, plus the cost. The rise of indigo had turned it into the most produced kind of dye around the world. The success of indigo is the reason why blue jeans are blue. They are made of denim, which is a cotton textile. Blue jeans became immensely popular in America starting in the last quarter of the 19th century, and they even turned into a symbol of the US. But the textile itself, denim, was invented in Europe. Denim derives from serge de Nîmes. Serge is a textile, and Nîmes is a city in the southeast of France. It was produced in various places, but it was adopted to make pants in the US starting in the 1870s. And it makes sense because cotton and indigo were major products of America's agriculture back then. Actually, the word jeans also comes from French. The port of Genoa, Italy, is called Gênes in French, which gave jeans in an anglicized form. The absolute peak for the indigo industry was in the 19th century, because after eliminating other blue dyes, indigo itself became victim of a new, more affordable product, synthetic indigo. The substitute was discovered in Germany in 1878, and it gradually replaced natural indigo, which collapsed completely in 2 to 3 decades, and the trade of natural indigo from India and the West Indies disappeared completely in the 1920s. Nowadays, almost all blue clothing is dyed with a synthetic dye called indanthrone blue. Other dyes are used only for very small-scale productions like artisanal crafts or for the restoration of old textiles. Ultramarine in painting, that is to say, ground and refined lapis lazuli, also disappeared and was replaced with new pigments, especially Prussian blue, which also gave a vivid deep blue for a fraction of the cost. This Prussian blue is the blue you see in Impressionist paintings or Japanese prints. It was one of the first Western products to be imported in Japan. Nowadays we are probably surrounded by more blue man-made objects than at any time in human history. Blue has completely lost its ancient association with the lower social classes, and it tends to be associated by a majority of people with feelings like serenity, liberty, and it can sound contradictory, but authority too. Blue seems to suggest to the majority of people a type of authority that is legitimate and not too invasive. It remains heavily used by governments. The old reason of the cheap cost and availability of indigo no longer exists, in fact. At this point, the use of blue in law enforcement or for formal military uniforms is a mix of tradition with maybe a bit of calculation. Governments use the positive feelings attached to this color in the population. Now let's change color and talk about red, which competes with green as the second favorite color around the world. The rise of blue took thousands of years, and the reason for that was the limited number of natural pigments. Red never had this problem, and was one of the first colors used by humanity. And like blue, it was quickly invested with a lot of symbolism. The earliest source of red was probably ochre. Ochre is a type of clay that can range in color from yellow to brown, depending on its exact composition. When there is enough iron oxide, rust, it is red. And the range of colors given by ochre is actually the one we associate with cave art, together with black, which was obtained with charcoal most of the time. There is evidence that late Stone Age people, more than 40,000 years ago, already scrapped and ground ochre to get a red powder that they might have used to paint and color their bodies. apart from ochre, another natural source of red is hematite, an iron oxide which is widespread in rocks and soils. The sources of red pigments were not only minerals. It seems it started later, in the Neolithic period, but a red dye was also created by drying and crushing small insects, like kermes and cochineal. These insects live on the roots and stems of different plants, and they contain pigments of a very vivid red, in various shades like vermilion or carmine. This type of pigments have been discovered in sites from the Neolithic period, and overall red dyes and paints were already available all around the world during the antiquity. And finally, there were plant-based dyes, especially the root of a plant called rubia, or madder, that's the same thing, that was used to dye fabrics around the Mediterranean, India, and China. Red was an important color in all ancient civilizations, but with a different meaning, and also an ambivalent one, maybe because it was the color of blood. In ancient Egypt, it was associated with health, life, and victory. Egyptian women used red to color their nails and hair, and ochre powder to redden their cheeks and lips. But it was also the color of heat and destruction, and there are ancient Egyptian prayers asking for protection against everything evil and red. Red was also used as a dye for clothes in Egypt, India, China, and in all this culture it was one of the most frequent colors in man-made objects, in clothes, painted walls, pottery, lacquerware. In China, the color red became increasingly positive over time. It was associated with luck and prosperity. The gates and walls of palaces were painted red, and to this day the color dominates in Chinese celebrations. Red also played an important role in Chinese philosophy. According to it, there were 5 elements, and each of them had a color: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Red was the color of fire. During several dynasties, when a new emperor rose to the throne, his fortune tellers would tell him what color would bring the most success to his reign. And until the Ming dynasty, that is to say the early modern period, red was a noble color. On the other side of the planet, in Mesoamerica, red was probably the most used color in architecture. The Maya painted their pyramids and palaces red. We don't always know to what extent and how it was understood, but in all Mesoamerican civilizations, human blood and human sacrifices were a major aspect of religion and of their belief systems in general. So obviously the color red was given a particular attention. It was sacred, and the one color that could please the gods and ensure the continuation of the world. To the Romans, red occupied the status of blue in the modern period. It was maybe the most important color, in any case the one that represented power, authority, the army, victory. Roman soldiers wore red tunics, and officers a cloak that could range from crimson to purple. when a Roman general received a triumph, he had his entire body painted red. The Romans also developed a new pigment for painting called vermilion. It was a vivid red that came from the mineral cinnabar. They had mines of cinnabar in Spain, from which it was exported to Italy and the rest of the Roman Empire. This pigment was highly resilient. 20 centuries later, the frescoes painted in Roman villas, like in Pompeii, are still bright and colorful. And once again, economic aspects had their importance. The most expensive and rarest kind of dye in the Roman antiquity was purple, a dye obtained from a shell that gave a reddish purple color. It became the color of emperors, and its use was forbidden to the common folk to protect the color code that reflected distinction between social classes. The symbolism attached to red did not disappear with the Western Roman Empire, as its successors claimed its heritage, and the Eastern Roman Empire, Byzantium, maintained the same hierarchy of colors that placed red on top, the color of emperors and power. And so did the new princes of Europe, and the Catholic Church too, until blue became the new red in the 12th, 13th centuries. But before that, European kings had red as their favorite color. And red was everywhere in clothing in the Middle Ages, very popular color. But not everyone wore the same red. Red dye for ordinary people was made with rubia, this plant I mentioned before, that was used as a red dye for thousands of years. The color it gave was more brick red, and it faded easily in the sun or during washing. So common folks could not afford a bright red color. Only the wealthy and aristocrats could wear scarlet red dyed with insects. Insects like kermes contained carminic acid, a compound that gave this vivid red and a very resilient color. Like for blue dyes, an entire industry developed around this high-end red. The insects were quite abundant in Europe and around the Mediterranean Sea, but the process to create a bright scarlet was long and complicated. They had to be gathered, dried, crushed, and then boiled with other ingredients. Makers of scarlet dye protected their secrets fiercely. But like the producers of blue dye based on the woad plant, who disappeared when indigo reached Europe, the producers of scarlet dye based on kermes were replaced with another find produced by the exploration of the world. This time not from India, but from America. When the army of Hernán Cortés conquered the Aztecs in Mexico, they discovered not only silver and gold, but another insect, the cochineal. It produced a red dye like kermes, and it is related to it, but it could be harvested more frequently. It was stronger, and it produced a brighter red than the best kermes. On top of that, it worked very well on luxury textiles like silk. The first shipments of cochineal were sent to Europe in the years 1520, and it progressively replaced other pigments for luxury dyeing, and also served as a pigment for fine painting. The reds in the works of painters like Rembrandt, Vermeer, Velázquez, or Tintoretto came from cochineal. Like in ancient times, red in the arts, especially vivid red, kept its association with passion, war, violence sometimes. It was seen and remains seen as intense. But due to the rise of blue from the 12th century, red progressively lost its association with royalty and power, with the exception of a few countries like England. However, in the late 18th century, it started to gain a new political and symbolic meaning. And it all started during the French Revolution. There were various parties fighting for influence between the storming of the Bastille in 1789 and the rise of Napoleon 10 years later. The mainstream revolutionaries in the early stages of the revolution intended to create a constitutional monarchy, and they adopted blue, as I said earlier, for a part because it had been the colors of the American revolutionaries, and also as opposed to the white flag of the royalists. But more radical parties and politicians, from what we would call the far left nowadays, adopted a red flag. Why red? Of course, there was this intensity and the idea of war attached to it, but it was also the color of the flags hoisted by the government to declare a state of emergency or a siege. It meant alert, and they voluntarily made this color theirs to express how radical they were and to call for action. To recognize themselves, many supporters of this hard left party wore the red Frisian cap, which was modeled after the caps that freed slaves wore in ancient Rome. For a short period of time, especially with the figure of Robespierre, the revolution turned more popular, or as we would say today, more leftist, until the radical left parties and politicians were sidelined or eliminated. It didn't last long, but symbolically it turned red into a politicized color, the color that a new political and social movement would adopt in the 19th century, socialism. In 1848, there was another revolution in France that replaced the monarchy with a new republic, and the protesters, mainly Parisian workers, used the red flag again as a direct reference to the revolution of the late 18th century. There were various uprisings across Europe in 1848 against monarchies, and they started using red flags too. And 22 years later, the red flag reappeared in the Paris Commune. In 1870, the city of Paris revolted for 2 months as the regime of Napoleon III, the Second Empire, was collapsing. Ultimately, the revolt was crushed, but it remained the source of inspiration for all the left-wing revolutionaries across Europe, as a model of what a popular insurrection could look like. At the time, Paris and its surroundings were already very industrialized, and an industrial working class had appeared. So this seemed to fit quite well into Marx's predictions and model of working class insurrection. But the sociology remained very different in the rest of France. There were small movements in big cities, but the rest of the country just didn't follow the insurrection. So the French army besieged and then crushed the Paris Commune. But after this episode, the red flag became the symbol of the socialist movement and was claimed by Marxist parties. It became the color of communist countries in the 20th century, from China to Eastern Europe. Actually, with the notable exception of the USA, red traditionally is associated with the left all around the world, and blue with the right, the conservatives. In the US, blue is the color of the Democrats and red the Republicans. This color scheme has extended to red states, predominantly conservative, and blue states, more liberals. But the switch in color is very, very recent actually. Until the 1980s, Democrats were often represented by red and Republicans by blue. But in the 1980s and 1990s, newspapers and television networks began to alternate colors, following different logics. And it is only after the 2000 election that major media outlets began conforming to the same color scheme, an inverted one. It has spread so much now, and even entered political language, that it is probably not going to change anytime soon. But in that respect, the USA is an exception. Returning to dyes, cochineal and plants like madder for cheaper dyes had become industries of their own until the 19th century, when, exactly like for indigo, they became victims of technical progress. The organic compound, alizarin, that gave the red color was discovered and synthesized. It could be produced from coal tar, very cheap raw material. The new synthetic dye was not only cheaper, it was also better, much more lasting. In a matter of years, import of cochineal from Latin America and the plantation of madder in Europe completely disappeared. Red remains an ambivalent color nowadays. It is still politically charged, but beyond that, it is associated with intensity. It may represent courage and sacrifice. A modern example is the red poppy flower worn on Remembrance Day in Commonwealth countries. It is also the color of love, of happiness and celebration. It is the color most frequently associated with Christmas, official receptions, red carpets, seats in opera houses. And at the same time it may represent anger, aggression or danger. It is the traditional color of warning signs, and this link with violence or danger is very ancient. I told you earlier that red flags could signal a state of emergency in 18th century France, but even earlier, in the Middle Ages or on pirate ships, red flags indicated mortal warfare, where the losers would be executed instead of being taken prisoners. In Western countries with a Christian tradition, there may be a religious dimension to it. The Church adopted red as a symbol of authority, something it inherited from Rome. The cardinals are dressed in red every time there is an official ceremony. They continue with the tradition of the Roman purple. But Christian theology also associated the color with sin, sexual passion, and the devil. In religious iconography and in popular culture, Satan or demons are most of the time black or red. So maybe more than any other color, red attracts a lot of conflicting interpretations, from prostitution to official ceremonies, from danger to good health, from love to aggression. What they all have in common is intensity. But for most people, red is not perceived as a relaxing color. To conclude our exploration, we're going to talk about one last favorite, green. Green was not an easy color to reproduce in prehistoric times. It could have been obtained by mixing blue and yellow pigments, but as we have seen before, blue pigments were also hard to find. So we have no known trace of green man-made pigments before the antiquity. But green is very present in nature because of chlorophyll, and this is the color we spontaneously associate with plants, vegetation in general. Its positive perception probably comes from this. The appeal of green was probably even stronger than it is today to the first agrarian societies, living a sedentary life based on agriculture. It meant literally life, growth, or rebirth. And this is the traditional association we find in ancient societies. The Egyptians found a green pigment in malachite, a semi-precious stone that was ground for painting. And when it came to textiles, they would color the fabrics twice, first with saffron, that gave it a yellow color, and then with the woad plant which produced a blue dye, as we've seen before. The hieroglyph for green represented a growing papyrus, which shows well the association of the color with regeneration and life to them. Like for blue, the Greeks showed little interest in green. It is almost absent from their art, and they didn't have the same categories of colors, if you remember. Blue and green were not always distinguished from one another, and they could be given the same name based on how light or dark they were. Democritus, a Greek philosopher, described two different colors according to him that we would name green nowadays. Pale and dark green were entirely different to him. The Romans showed more appreciation for green in painting, in mosaics or glassware, but it was like blue, a relatively secondary color in their production of art and crafts. In the color code of the European Middle Ages, green was in an intermediate position. As we have seen, red dominated for the nobility. Peasants would wear blue, brown or grey, and green was mostly the color of a small urban upper middle class. The gentry, that is to say lesser aristocrats, merchants, bankers would wear green, and they would wear this color as a sign of distinction. Green dyes were relatively poor and gave a brownish kind of green, so for fine clothes the textile would be dyed twice, in yellow and then in blue. But for painters there were more options of pigments. There was malachite, and also an artificial pigment called verdigris, made by soaking copper in fermenting wine. The one culture in the world where green dominated was Islam in Islamic countries. Green is the traditional color of Islam, and it appears even nowadays on most flags of predominantly Muslim countries. According to tradition, the robe and the banner of the Prophet Muhammad were green, and Islam being born in a rather desertic region of the world where vegetation and a vivid green indicated the presence of water and food, a shelter. It is not surprising that the color acquired this very positive significance. Also, by tradition in Muslim countries, this Islamic green is said to be the color of paradise. Apart from Islam, green can have a religious significance in some Christian countries too. It may be used by Roman Catholic and part of the Protestant clergy during some periods of the year when there is no particular celebration approaching. These periods are called ordinary time. But it is also a color of Christmas together with red, and this may be inherited from pre-Christian times when evergreens were worshipped because they had the ability to maintain their green color all around the year, including through the winter season. The first affordable pigment for painting and the first green dyes that could give a good vivid green color appeared quite recently in the 18th and 19th centuries, accompanying the rise of modern chemistry. Green nowadays is a fairly popular color, and like blue it faces very little rejection. There are colors like brown, yellow, orange, or even red that are polarizing, but green isn't, and the association with nature, especially in urbanized societies where the daily contact with nature is limited, makes it appealing. In this sense, maybe green is going to be the new blue. As you know, it has also started to become politicized as a color. Environmentalists and parties in favor of ecology adopted it. They are generally considered to be on the left, but the color green for them is at the same time a way to represent their commitment to the environment and to distance themselves from a more traditional left represented by the color red. What is alchemy? If you live in a Western country, it evokes European scholars or charlatans, sometimes depending on the point of view, from the Middle Ages or the modern period, practicing a mix of science and magic to transmute elements or manipulate the forces of nature. This is not wrong, but alchemy is way more ancient and broad than that. It is also a tradition that dates back to the antiquity, that existed on various continents, and that may be an esoterical practice, but it also played a role in the birth of modern science. So before we take a look at the past few centuries and famous European alchemists like Nicolas Flamel or Paracelsus, we're going to return to the origins of Western alchemy, and this brings us to Egypt in the first few centuries. Egypt, and especially Alexandria, was a Roman province where several cultures mixed in the first centuries: Egyptian, Roman, and Greek. Western alchemy was born there, when several factors combined to create a new field of experimentation and research. First, there was the knowledge of Egyptian goldsmiths. For centuries, millennia even, they had perfected metalwork. They knew of alloys and how to gild metals. There was also the Greek theory that matter was unified. that everything material was made of the same substance that could take a different aspect and different characteristics depending on the qualities imposed to it. The Greeks had many theories about matter. They had had the intuition that matter was made of discrete units. Actually, the word atom, atomos in Greek, was coined 2,500 years ago in ancient Greece. And it was a philosophical concept at the start. There is a philosopher called Democritus who is credited for elaborating this theory. He thought that all matter was made of tiny particles that were eternal, and that the qualities of an object depended on the kind of atoms it was made of. This was just an intuition and a theory that could not be verified through experimentation. But it proved rather pertinent when the existence of atoms could finally be proven in the 19th century. It was not perfectly accurate, neither, because we know that atoms are not the smallest particles, and they can be broken, but they are the smallest particles that define an element. The Greeks were not the only ones to come up with this intuition. Actually, there was a similar theory that also appeared in ancient India. A competing or complementary vision of what matter was in ancient Greece was the theory of elements. Several philosophers developed the concept of basic elements: earth, water, air, fire, and sometimes also a fifth one called ether. They supposed that every material thing was made of a combination of these basic elements, and that changes in the blend of elements explain the different characteristics of objects. This was certainly a good observational theory based on the objects they had around them. They noted, for example, that metals came from earth and could be, it seemed, mixed with fire or altered in water due to rust, or that plants and wood in general apparently grew from earth, absorbing air and water. Even though this theory of elements no longer has a place in modern science, because the atomic theory has replaced it, there was this belief in the possibility to modify matter, to change its state into a new one. And there was yet another Greek theory, the theory of universal sympathy. It was the idea that all elements in the cosmos are linked and have mutual attraction or repulsion, so that discovering these rules may allow to modify the state of matter and transmute an element into another. It is the meeting in the same place of Egyptian metalwork, glasswork, and advanced craftsmanship in general, with these Greek theories or intuitions about matter that gave birth to alchemy. Alchemy at the start was an attempt, a set of practices to transform elements into others. We call this chemistry today, and it is based on scientific experimentation and rather different theories about the nature of matter, a different understanding of what matter is. But in this sense, alchemy is an ancestor of chemistry. The oldest documents we know of about alchemy are papyrus written in Greek in the 3rd century, and they contain recipes. Recipes to give certain metals the aspect of gold or silver, to create gems from cheaper ingredients, or to imitate purple dyes. In the antique Mediterranean, purple was a very rare and precious kind of dye. It came from mollusks, and it was hard to find, which is why it was expensive and associated with luxury and power. Powerful Romans wore purple, and the association of this dye with authority lasted much longer. Royal coats, or even today, the robes that Catholic or Anglican cardinals wear are purple. These first alchemy recipes are somewhere in between esotericism and technique. Many of them are jewelers' recipes to gild cheap metals or to reduce the quantity of gold in an alloy without altering too much its appearance. Alchemy did not spread much outside Greco-Roman Egypt during the antiquity, but even before, a similar practice with a different angle had appeared in Oriental civilizations. In India, for example, there is a branch of Ayurveda, the traditional Indian medicine, which is centered around the manipulation of mercury to try to extend life and maybe even become immortal. There was also a tradition in Hinduism establishing a connection between eternal life and gold, and various writings about the transmutation of mercury into gold. In ancient China, too, there was a field of research that appeared at least in the 1st century BC, so we are various centuries before this Greco-Egyptian alchemy. And Chinese alchemy centered around the search for an elixir of immortality, or one that could cure any disease. It can be associated with alchemy because it is based on the ingestion of modified elements such as gold. Chinese alchemists believed that it was possible to reinforce or develop the properties of natural elements by transforming them through burning or roasting, and by combining them too. They may not have discovered the elixir of immortality, but their research led to some discoveries, probably by accident. An important one is black powder. It is not 100% sure, but it may have been discovered accidentally when trying to mix ingredients to observe the outcome. Even though alchemy cannot really be called science, because its foundations are not provable by experimentation, the physical link between gold and immortality, for example, or all the symbolism attached to elements are more in the category of beliefs. But still, it participated in discoveries, and it was a field of research that produced emulation and helped form new questions. Black powder, for example, became extremely useful. It was used in fireworks in China in the 10th century, and then in cannons by the 13th century, and from China it spread to the rest of the world, to Japan, the Mongols, the Muslim world, and finally to Europe, where it became used massively and was perfected. So in various civilizations, a practice centered on attempts to transform elements to create wealth or for health purposes had appeared. The Greco-Egyptian school of alchemy survived the fall of the Roman Empire and the end of the antiquity because it passed to the Islamic world. Many techniques and concepts in philosophy from the Greeks and the Romans passed to the Islamic world. Some of them also survived in the Eastern Roman Empire, Byzantium, but Muslim scholars were very important in the transmission of this heritage from the antiquity because they translated massively to Arabic, and many antique documents were lost in Byzantium. They are known to us today only because they could be translated back from Arabic during the Middle Ages or the modern period. And Muslim scholars also kept alive several fields of research, and they added new discoveries to them, including alchemy. Actually, the word alchemy comes from Arabic alchemia, which became alchimia in medieval Latin, then alchemy with a Q in Old French, and this gave the English word alchemy. But this tradition of alchemy that Islamic scholars came into contact with was very magical and esoterical. What they added to it was a lot more experimentation and what we could call an early scientific methodology. There is an author from the 8th century called Jabir ibn Hayyan. It is unclear whether he was a single person or maybe several persons writing under the same name, because he produced so many writings in different fields that it's hard to believe this is the work of a single person. But anyway, he is one of the persons credited for giving birth to modern chemistry, because he advocated experimentation in a laboratory and practical work. Earlier alchemists from the antiquity really just invented formulas out of nowhere or based on the symbolism they attached to elements. He, or they, if there were several, believed in experimentation, and that asserting things that had not been experimented was not actual knowledge. It doesn't mean he was a chemist either, because he also attributed symbolic qualities to metals or other elements. He also adopted the elemental system from the Greek tradition. This belief that there were 4 or 5 base elements: air, earth, fire, water, and ether. And he added new ones: sulfur and mercury. This elemental theory, with now 6 or 7 different base elements, passed to European alchemists in the Middle Ages. But it didn't go without critics in the Islamic world. Jabir's works were from the 8th century, and in the following centuries various alchemists searched for recipes in the entire Muslim world that now spread from Spain to Southeast Asia. But many scholars criticized alchemists on the basis that it was just superstition, that it didn't work, and that it was impossible to turn one metal into another to achieve this transmutation. Anyway, it is during the 11th or 12th centuries that alchemy books were translated from Arabic to Latin and reached medieval Europe, like many other writings in different disciplines: history, mathematics, philosophy. We are not talking about a quick and massive inflow of knowledge and information into Europe, because books were handwritten. It took a lot of time to copy a book and even more to translate one. Access to these handwritten books was also limited to a very small circle. But alchemy progressively made its way into the academic world in European universities, together with disciplines that appear to us a mixed bag. There were mathematics, philosophy, theology, or medicine, but also astrology or alchemy. It is also how new words from Arabic were introduced into European languages, like alcohol or elixir. Instead of becoming one unified discipline, alchemy was studied by various persons who each interpreted it. Among them there was Albertus Magnus in the 13th century. He was a German Dominican friar and later a bishop. He believed in the transmutation of metals, that, for example, lead could be turned into gold, and also that metals or stones grew from earth, a bit like a fetus. Another important figure in the 13th century is Roger Bacon, an English philosopher and alchemist. Roger Bacon is an important figure in the development of science because he emphasized the study of nature and physical phenomena through empiricism, through experimentation. This sounds almost obvious to us, I guess, but it took a mental revolution to admit this principle. In the antiquity, experimentation was not even a concept. There was no interest or belief in the idea that constructing an artificial situation was a valid way to discover the laws of nature. Aristotle and many other Greek philosophers made hypotheses based on their observations and their intuitions, but they absolutely never tried to validate them in an experiment. They thought that the truth could emerge thanks to discussion, thanks to the confrontation of ideas, or through intuitions that individuals could have a connection to the laws of nature because they were a part of it, and that they could discover this knowledge that was already inside them. The very concept of creating an experiment artificially would have sounded absurd to them. So, like Jabir ibn Hayyan and others who would multiply in the following centuries, Roger Bacon participated in this very slow change of paradigm in the Western world, the birth of experimental science. In the late medieval period in Europe, 13th and 14th centuries, the one intellectual figure that dominated natural science and philosophy was Aristotle, the Greek philosopher. And with him came the elemental theory, the idea that there were these few base elements that were the components of all objects. Bacon had the nerve to apply empirical testing to Aristotle's theories and predictions too, and he realized that his results were different and unexpected. This gave a lot of material to think about, and it led to new theories and new discoveries. The quest all these alchemists were pursuing also came from the antiquity, the transmutation of metals and the use of modified elements to extend life. Medieval alchemists picked up from the antiquity the belief in the existence or the possibility to discover something called the philosopher's stone. The philosopher's stone was not supposed to be an actual stone, but rather a substance that could be at the same time able to turn metals into gold, to rejuvenate or give immortality, and even cure illnesses or create lamps that burn eternally. For alchemists, the philosopher's stone came to represent a form of perfection in their field of investigation, like an ideal of enlightenment that they had to try to reach. Of course, it was never discovered, as far as we know, and the idea that such a substance with universal properties exists looks a bit weird, little credible to us. But the understanding of nature was deeply different in the Middle Ages. The fields of science and magic were not separated and well defined or distinguished like they are today. And also the myth of the philosopher's stone was already very ancient. There were writings from the 3rd century that already mentioned it. When an idea has been around for such a long time, it gives it a varnish of credibility. It is easier to think that there may be at least some truth to it, however unproven it is. The creation of this philosopher's stone, the alchemical method, was known as the magnum opus, or the great work. Many alchemists have claimed or have been credited for the accomplishment of it, of the great work, leading them to the ultimate discovery. And all sorts of theories have been elaborated to describe the philosopher's stone. A consensus formed to say that it looked like an orange powder, or a red block, transparent and glass-like, a bit like a ruby. It would have been heavier than gold and incombustible too. Others argued that the philosopher's stone was not an actual physical object, but rather a concept or a geometrical figure. Alchemy was limited to a very small circle in the 13th century, but it grew bigger in the 14th, and so did the critics of it. I told you earlier that alchemy had been criticized in the Islamic world, and so it was in Christianity from the end of the Middle Ages. The Church sometimes condemned alchemists because they could be suspected of being magicians or creating fake money. But there was never any general condemnation of alchemy by the Catholic Church, and actually many alchemists were also members of the clergy, which was normal at the time, because monasteries were the places where books could be found, and also where they could be produced. So they also served as centers of knowledge, and they had the largest libraries. But in the 19th century, this myth appeared around the persecution or the condemnation for heresy of alchemists by the Church. This is more of a recreation by occultists who claimed they were the heirs to medieval alchemy. And they contributed to create this Gothic figure of the hidden alchemist searching in secret for the philosopher's stone because he is persecuted or he owns dark secrets. It is true that the Church in the Middle Ages and even later watched scholars, universities, all writings to ensure that nothing went against the dogma or its teachings. But alchemy didn't particularly stand out as a subversive discipline. Actually, more serious critiques came from other scholars or other intellectuals, like Dante, the Italian poet, or Geoffrey Chaucer, an English author. They openly called alchemists thieves and liars, because of course with the promise of eternal life or incomparable wealth, many charlatans appeared, and they tried to sell recipes or get funding to pursue some undescribed research. Another well-known figure of medieval alchemy is a French scribe and manuscript seller called Nicolas Flamel. But his reputation as an alchemist appeared way later, after his death, in the 17th century, and it seems he was only a wealthy dealer of manuscripts. He lived in the 14th and beginning of the 15th century. I told you earlier that most manuscripts were copied by monks and kept in monasteries. But at the margin, there was also a small market for manuscript sellers, only for a small circle of wealthy bourgeois and nobles, people who could read and afford to have a library, or wished to offer these manuscripts as presents. They contributed to disseminate non-religious literature, such as the first novels, for example, before printing gave the book-selling industry a completely different dimension. Nicolas Flamel was such a seller of manuscripts that he copied himself or paid other people to copy, and he was a dealer. 2 centuries after his death, in the 17th century, maybe because his life was well documented and his house still existed, also maybe because he was quite wealthy, he developed a reputation as an alchemist who had discovered the philosopher's stone and achieved immortality, which would mean he would still be walking among us. But he had a tombstone, anyway, which is kept in Paris at the Cluny Museum, and one of his houses, because he owned several, still exists in the center of Paris. This house was completed in 1407 and is probably one of the oldest houses in Paris. The reason for its existence is that it was made of stone when most medieval houses in Paris were made of wood. Alchemy did not recede with the end of the Middle Ages, quite the opposite actually, and once again it remained somewhere at the frontier between magic and science into the Renaissance and the modern period. Another well-known figure that illustrates this is Paracelsus. Paracelsus was a Swiss physician and astrologer and also alchemist from the Renaissance. He was a major actor in what is called the medical Renaissance or the medical revolution of the Renaissance. This period generally evokes more innovations in architecture, in technology, in the arts, the exploration of the world, the spread of the printing press, but there was a broad movement towards the acceleration of how knowledge spread, and it touched many fields of knowledge, sometimes in the continuity of the medieval period, and other times on a completely new basis. When it comes to medicine, changes started in the 15th century, at the start especially in Italian cities like Florence. Medieval medicine could help alleviate pain sometimes with plant-based remedies, and it could practice a bit of surgery too, but it was not clearly distinguished from magic, and judging by the life expectancy, it was not particularly good at keeping people alive neither. Actually, around the world, from China to Europe, or India to America, life expectancy was about the same and way lower than it is today. It was around 25 years in average, because there was a lot of infant mortality. For people who made it into adulthood, it was about 40 years. Life expectancy really took off in the 19th century, when the principles of hygiene, microbial life, antibiotics, vaccines, and various drugs were discovered. The Renaissance period is a prelude to this. Big progress was made in the field of anatomy because culture and church control of the teachings of the medical profession had made it very difficult to practice dissection before. It became easier, and the understanding of how the human body works improved. Surgical instruments were invented too. It was also the beginning of autopsies and their use in forensic and health purposes. Overall, people did not live much longer than they had before, but these discoveries, and maybe even more the change in paradigm with the separation between medicine and magic, all of this paved the way for later discoveries that did make a difference. So Paracelsus was one of these scholars of the Renaissance who were into various disciplines at the same time, like Da Vinci, and he was a physician who pioneered in several aspects of this medical revolution. And at the same time, he was an astrologer and an alchemist. It would be hard to call him a scientist in the modern sense, because at the same time he experimented on the one hand, and also on the other hand he injected a lot of metaphysics and supernatural in his writings. But on the long road that led to the separation between alchemy and chemistry, he was an important figure, and he also had a few intuitions that proved very pertinent later, among many others that were abandoned. For example, he tried to understand and extract the active ingredients in drugs that worked. You know that various remedies known for centuries and generally based on plants already were known in the Antiquity and the Middle Ages. Their knowledge was transmitted from generation to generation. But the reason why they worked, or the particular component of the plant that worked, were completely unknown. Paracelsus thought, rightly, that this was due to an active principle, an active substance, and he tried to extract it. For example, willow bark and willow leaves contain salicylic acid, a molecule close to aspirin, and the use of willow leaves and bark as a painkiller or against fever had been known since the antiquity. This is another example where the practice of alchemy was fruitful indirectly, not really because transmutation of metals was discovered, but rather because the study of matter and elements could inspire new approaches into other fields of research. Paracelsus lived in the 16th century, and 2 generations later, another alchemist called Jean-Baptiste van Helmont opened the door to the discovery of the existence of gases. This is another thing we consider as obvious today, but it wasn't to our ancestors, because the gas they breathed, the air, or steam, vaporized water, were invisible. Jean-Baptiste van Helmont wanted to prove that the elemental theory in alchemy, with earth, water, air and fire, was not valid. So he cultivated a tree in a wooden box containing only 200 pounds of soil, of earth, and a young tree. He added only water for 5 years, and then he observed that the tree had gained 150 pounds, but the soil had lost only a few ounces. So because he didn't know that the tree had been able to transform gas, carbon dioxide, into wood, he supposed that the tree was made of water, the only element he thought had been added to the box. Wood was seen as coming from earth, So it meant that water could transmute into earth, and if water could transmute into earth, then earth was not a base element. This intrigued a lot of people and led to many other hypotheses, including the right one. We are surrounded by gas, and matter can have different states independently from what it is. It can be solid, liquid, or gas. So, once again, alchemists did contribute to make knowledge advance, and at the time the definition of what science is was still barely emerging. Another example of someone who had one foot in science and the other in esotericism was Tycho Brahe. He was a Danish astronomer, an alchemist and an astrologer. Very much like chemistry and alchemy were not precisely separated, astronomy and astrology often had the same practitioners. The fact that Tycho Brahe believed in astrology and alchemy too did not stop him from searching for empirical facts when it came to the study of stars. In the 16th century, he made the most accurate astronomical observations of the time, and to do so, he built large astronomical instruments. He was born from a Danish noble family, but later he went into exile from Denmark and he joined the court of the Holy Roman Emperor Rudolf II in Prague. And in Prague he was assisted by a young astronomer and also astrologer, Johannes Kepler, who is probably more famous than his master because he established laws that describe the motion of planets around the Sun. Still late in the 17th century, many scholars or scientists were into what we regard as several disciplines at the same time. They were called natural scientists. The most famous of them is probably Isaac Newton, who is most remembered for his work in mathematics, optics, and of course physics, the theory of gravitation. But even Newton was not exclusively into hard science. He also devoted time to translate alchemy books and may have spent time studying them. It isn't clear whether he took this seriously or did it out of curiosity. But the burgeoning scientific world at the end of the 17th century had not really rejected alchemy yet. What astrologers and maybe even more alchemists were criticized for, and the criticism mounted constantly, was of being frauds, charlatans, people who had no idea what they were saying, hid behind hermetic language or symbolism just to dissimulate their ignorance, and used their discipline to abuse naive people and make money without ever producing conclusive results. In the 18th century, there was still a place for alchemists, but bit by bit they were expelled from scientific circles, and the definition of alchemy in the general population was progressively restricted to the transmutation of basic metals, lead, into gold. References to eternal life or cures against diseases disappeared or receded. The rigid distinction between alchemy and chemistry appeared in the years 1720, and because alchemist was increasingly becoming a synonym for charlatan, the scientists enforced this distinction to avoid being discredited. This was the period when the modern, experimental scientific approach really finished to emerge, even though it had had precursors for centuries, as we have seen. Everything that could not be proven and replicated in an experiment was now outside the field of science. and the generation of thinkers that appeared in the 18th century enforced this rule, fighting against old beliefs. In the context of the time, the scientific approach had not triumphed yet. It is probably fair to say that it has today when it comes to research, but at the time, modern science was still competing with older belief systems and was still watched with suspicion by religious authorities wherever they were. Because science could come up with conclusions that contradicted not necessarily the scriptures, the sacred writings of Christianism, but rather the tradition, the view of the world that had been adopted along the centuries and had turned into teachings, sometimes into dogma. This is the reason why, 2 centuries before, Galileo had gone into trouble for putting the sun at the center of the universe when it was supposed to be the Earth. And this lasted well into the 19th century. For example, Darwin was reluctant and at the start in a dilemma to publish the first version of the theory of evolution, because he knew that would be scandalous and mainly for religious reasons. Nowadays, mainstream religions have generally changed their approach and their relation with science. They have generally accepted the idea that the space occupied by science is not necessarily an aggression on religious beliefs or in contradiction to them. But it took time for science to emerge as an independent field, an independent space of research, to emerge from the traditional forms of knowledge, from ancient theories like alchemy or astrology, or from theology. Nowadays it is easy to make fun of alchemy or even astrology on the basis that they are pseudoscience. But what we should not underestimate if we take a historical look is that these disciplines, which are way more ancient than experimental science, were also the matrix of modern scientific disciplines, because they stimulated curiosity, they created emulation, they made new questions appear, they stimulated experimentation too. Anyway, in the 18th century, alchemy joined the group of pseudoscience or esotericism and was kicked out of universities. Ironically, alchemy did not turn lead into gold, but maybe modern science could. After all, 2 different metals are made of different atoms, but the particles within these atoms are the same. It would require a massive amount of energy and may not probably be economically viable, but theoretically it could be possible to rearrange the components of lead atoms, protons, neutrons, and electrons to create atoms of gold. It may not be exactly what had been imagined, but in this sense, the philosopher's stone has never been so close. It is just that chemistry and physics, not alchemy, have discovered it. The building of homes really began with sedentary life and agriculture, only a few thousand years ago. Prior to this, people found shelter in caves, or built light shelters like huts or tents with the material they had at their disposal. Even in these precarious and temporary shelters, there was a search for comforts, with furs, wares, fires for heating. But the concept of a fixed place to live into, and of more individualized homes for smaller groups or families, is something that really started with sedentary life. And as we're going to see, communal buildings where an entire clan or a very extended family lived lasted long after sedentarization in some places. Well into the first centuries of the Middle Ages, across Europe, for example, there were still communal houses, like these Scandinavian or Germanic longhouses, where up to dozens of people could live, eat, and stay at night. Depending on the regions of the world, this coexisted with more individual homes. Of course, behind these high-density dwellings, there were material constraints, such as the know-how or the time available to build, when people's attention and effort had to go to their survival, especially food production. It was also probably safer to stick closely together to find safety in numbers. But that's probably not the only explanation for the simplicity and small individual space, because in many places, building materials were readily available. It also tells us of how our ancestors lived, especially this concept of privacy that we are often going to return to tonight. Nowadays, we find it natural, if not vital even, to want periods of isolation every day, places where we can be alone or with few people for some time. Our homes are also a place to find refuge. We need to rest from the presence of too many people, maybe not every day, but at least regularly. We want or need privacy. And this concept of alone time, even if we tend to see it as almost natural, a basic need, is actually quite modern. And it is also the ultimate stage of an evolution that started long ago. This search or right to privacy arose only when basic needs were met. And it started to be acknowledged by social groups or thinkers in antiquity. A good and huge resource, if you are interested in this, is a long series in 5 volumes called A History of Private Life, a compilation of text supervised by 2 historians, Philippe Ariès and Georges Duby. It was published in English. And it is just what the title says, an in-depth look at what domestic life and private life were like along the centuries. The earliest discussions of privacy that we know of took place in ancient Greece. For example, Aristotle introduced a distinction between 2 spheres of life. The public sphere, called polis, and the private one, the oikos, that he associated with domestic life. In the first millennium BC, this distinction spread around the Mediterranean, a distinction that seems almost obvious to us, but it had not been clearly verbalized before this period, as far as we know. It becomes also acknowledged in the Jewish tradition, and later in the Quran, where there are instructions like do not spy on others, or do not enter any houses except your own homes, unless you are sure of their occupants' consent. These descriptions and precepts formalized and protect a way of living that had already been adopted, the privatization of a space that became reserved to an individual or a family, where they could retreat from public life. This evolution took place spontaneously in various parts of the world, and it seems it appeared when human groups became larger, and maybe it became impossible to trust everyone in a village or a town. One had to start living close to strangers, not aliens, but people one could not know, and maybe trust as much as in the past in smaller, close-knit groups. That's a big topic, this right to privacy. When we think of history, we tend to focus on events, on politics, on techniques, on discoveries or conflicts that shaped the world. And it's obviously very important, but if you think about it, in our daily lives, we spend way more time thinking about our domestic life, the people around us, our homes, all the small projects and goals related to this. We don't spend much of our daily time thinking about the evolution of our civilization, right? And it was not different for our ancestors. Domestic life was at the center of their preoccupations. They lived in a personal world, and as much as we do today, they had to navigate the frontier between the public and private spheres. What is allowed in the public eye and hidden from it. Up to what point can the public prescribe what we are allowed to do in the privacy of our homes? How much of our private life are we allowed, or should we, expose to the public? How political is privacy? There are plenty of questions here about this frontier between the public and the private. There is a tension and no easy answers, because plenty of factors are at play, legal, moral, and generally these questions call for nuanced answers. For example, even defenders of a very extended right to privacy will agree that it should not be possible to develop hazardous activities inside a home, like producing explosives that could blow up the neighborhood, or keeping wild animals with no control at all. Law enforcement must be allowed to enter homes with the appropriate legal safeguards. And on the other hand, defenders of transparency, people who believe private activities are political or should be scrutinized and as such should always be exposed to scrutiny, admit that the right to alone time and intimacy has to exist. It is part of a constant debate on the limits of the private and the public, an ongoing debate in all societies that changes with lifestyles, morality, or what technology allows. But returning to homes, they may be refugees, but you see that they are also on this front line of the public and the private. And that's a good angle to look at their evolution. Not the only one, of course. There are also plenty of practical constraints, such as the resources and the space available, which obviously also matter. So, in antiquity appear the first multi-room homes, in early civilizations, but only for the elite or at most the small middle class of artisans or traders that these first urban societies generated. Even though larger homes existed, we have to remember that for 90 to 95% of the population, life was in the countryside, in villages or hamlets, not in cities, and people were food producers, essentially, full-time or part-time, living with very few possessions and in very simple homes. Urban archaeology can be a bit misleading here, because it invites us to focus on cities with solid stone buildings, but this is not where the average person lived. And from the Indus Valley to the Yellow River Basin, from Mesopotamia to the Valley of the Nile, where the earliest sedentary civilizations emerged, the norm for commoners was life in single-room homes, sometimes with a shelter for domestic animals and a terrace on the roof where to sleep when the weather allowed it. There was also often a place, a space outside the home for cooking. This single room would serve for gatherings or sleeping for all members of the home. That would typically include an extended family, with grandparents, parents, and children. For the more affluent people who lived in towns or cities, or estates with a relatively large plot of land that belonged to them, larger houses appeared that were often organized around a courtyard. This model, with variations, appeared from China to Egypt, also in Mesopotamia. The house would form a square with 3 or 4 sides, and around the central courtyard there would be rooms, all communicating with the courtyard. These rooms would have precise functions, kitchens and storage rooms, a reception room, and bedrooms or sleeping cubicles in which an extended family and their domesticity would live. Still a rather communal lifestyle, since every move could possibly be seen. But there was the possibility for people to isolate themselves, and a distinction between private and public or communal rooms within the home. A part of it was dedicated to socialization, and spaces for individuals to sleep or retreat also existed. In Egypt, or later in classical Greece, a feature of these larger homes was the appearance of a women's quarter, parts of the home that were dedicated to women, family members, servants, and eventually slaves. A section of the home where they would spend a lot of time during the day, busy with different activities, taking care of very young children, spinning, weaving, sometimes gardening or making crafts. This segregation was found across many ancient cultures, and typically women's quarters were located at the rear of the house, or in a separate wing, a place that was relatively far as possible, from the access of the home to public space, like the street or the road. These quarters had varying degrees of access control. In Mesopotamia, control seems to have been moderate, and family men were allowed. In Egypt and ancient Crete under the Minoan civilization too, women's quarters were probably close to what we call a family room today, a kind of casual living room for daytime activities of different kinds, where the family could come and go, but this place was generally occupied by women during the day. In larger Minoan houses, so in Crete, the women's quarters would typically be placed on an upper floor, here again farther from the public. There was a much more obvious segregation in Greece. In classical Greece, where women's quarters would always be places at the rear or the upper floors of a home, and where the quarters were systematically invisible to the public and even locked. This sector had a name, the Ginaikeion, and it was located opposite to the men's dining room, the Andron, where men could eat separately from women and receive guests. Greece had this practice of strongly segregating genders, keeping women inside the home, and affirming that their function had to be purely domestic. That reflects a very patriarchal organization of society, in which only men, and not all of them, only citizens or free men, could participate in public life. Now remember that we are speaking of relatively affluent families here. For ordinary people, the bulk of the population actually, it was still everyone in the same room, women and men alike, working inside or outside the home during the day. So this very strict segregation was the reality of a relatively small social elite. This practice of segregation still existed, but in a more relaxed manner in Roman homes. But over time it tended to disappear. In the 2nd century AD, for example, women in affluent families would typically dine with men or attend games outside the home. It was socially acceptable. And in broader terms, this reflected the increase in rights and freedoms granted to women in Roman society with the passing of time. That was still very far from gender equality, don't get me wrong, but the strict obligation for women to live indoors and away from the public eye was increasingly lifted. This more relaxed attitude did not last, though, around the Mediterranean. Because in the Eastern Roman Empire, in Byzantium, that had a more Greek-influenced culture, and also in early Islamic homes from the 7th century, a stricter segregation was prescribed. Here again, for the upper middle to upper classes. Women would typically be confined to a specific wing of the home for their daily activities. They would have to be systematically veiled to exit these quarters and also under protection. This was taken very seriously, and in noble or royal houses, the women's quarters would be placed under the surveillance of eunuchs to ensure there would be no foul play. Now this was true of the Byzantine and the early Islamic world. In the Eastern Mediterranean, actually perpetuating a segregation that already existed since at least the 1st millennium BC. But in the Western Mediterranean and Western Europe, the trend was opposite, and segregation of genders decreased and almost disappeared. First because it was the trend in the Western Roman Empire, and it went on. And second, because of Christianization. Christianity emphasized and promoted the existence of the marital bedroom, or if there is not even space to have a separate bedroom, the marital bed. This practice for husband and wife to sleep in the same room and in the same bed was not the go-to practice in antiquity. Poor couples certainly did out of necessity, because the entire family stayed in the same room anyway. But in wealthier or aristocratic or royal houses, the norm was to have separate apartments for men and women, and the spouses would visit each other in their respective bedrooms at night. So, the decline in gender segregation in Europe and in general in European Christianity reflects a change in lifestyle. But only for a part. The nascent search or opportunity for privacy in homes that had appeared in the previous centuries also suffered a huge setback in Europe in medieval times, in the first centuries that followed the fall of the Western Roman Empire, due to the general impoverishment. The norm became single-room dwellings again for almost everyone, including tribal chieftains, because that was the practice for Germanic peoples and other so-called barbarian peoples that overwhelmed ancient Rome. In this period, the new norm across northern and western Europe becomes halls or longhouses, with a single large room shared by several families, their servants and animals. Typically there was a fire near the center, no windows, and so the smoke went out through a hole in the roof that was really very basic, and the inside was certainly dark and probably filled with smoke. In that type of dwellings, privacy was almost non-existent. There could have been a few separations with curtains or screens, but they were minimal. One advantage of these, especially in cold regions, was heat preservation. Farm animals and people sharing a small space with a fire. This helped heat up the place. So during the Middle Ages, the concept of specialized rooms almost disappeared at first and was reintroduced slowly, and to begin with, only for the nobility in castles. For the entirety of the medieval period, the norm for commoners was the single-room home, built with local materials, wood, stone, brick, adobe, plus straw or planks for the roofs, and the whole family lived together. But a significant change coming with Christianization and the beginning of a rebuilding of the economy was that communal houses like the Longhouse were abandoned and replaced with family houses. The family, an extended family, but still a smaller group, became the relevant social unit in Christian Europe. And the spouses would now sleep in the same bed. As the medieval period advanced, closed beds appeared, with wooden walls and a curtain, or sometimes even wooden doors, like a kind of closet, where spouses could find a bit more privacy at night, and that also had the advantage of keeping warmth a little better. These closed beds could be seen as a kind of proto-bedroom, but actual bedrooms would not appear before several centuries still. In aristocratic homes, in castles and medieval manors, privacy was being slowly reintroduced, at first only for lords. One of the first private spaces to re-emerge was the solar, a room that was designed as the family's private living and sleeping quarters. Still a single room for several people, but that showed the reintroduction of a private space where the masters of the house could separate themselves from the public that came and went. In castles, this quarter could be called the Lord's and Ladies' Chamber or the Great Chamber. In a typical manor house or a big house, for a lord, the ground floor would typically be a public space, not in the sense that anyone could go in, but because all members of the household, employees, tenants, servants, the lord's family itself, all of these people would regularly gather and eat there. This space was known as the Great Hall. So everyone gathered in the same large room, but there were codes too. People of highest status, like the lord and his wife, together with distinguished guests, would sit or stand at the end of the room, opposite the doors, often on a raised platform, and those of lesser status would be seated further down the hall. So this great hall would be at the same time a living and dining room, and an entrance to the house because it gave directly onto the outside. And for servants, it would turn into a bedroom at night. But the masters would find more privacy in their quarters upstairs, the solar, which was typically smaller than the great hall and included a fireplace and often decorative woodwork or tapestries to make it more welcoming, cozier. As time passed and the Renaissance approached, the solar would tend to be splitted into several rooms in houses that had the size and means to do it. In castles, too, where there was more space, the solar morphed into apartments, with smaller rooms and a proper bedroom separated from a kind of living room or reception room, the ancestor of what would later be known as a parlour. But we will return to this in a minute. Another important room is the kitchen, but it is often kept separate to minimize risks of fire. And another characteristic of these houses is the absence of corridors. The corridor that distributes rooms is a modern invention. Until a few centuries ago, rooms were placed one after the other, in line. And you had to cross each one to reach the one at the end. Here again, limited privacy. Because now that we are approaching the 16th century, the early modern period, the time of very basic homes, when only a small elite would have had several rooms, was nearing its end. And new types of rooms were about to multiply. Together with the search for privacy, the return of a degree of gender segregation, huge changes in interior design and architecture, parlors, living rooms, bathrooms, smoking rooms, dining rooms, and more. There are lots of things to say about the period that goes from the 16th to the 19th century. In the 16th and 17th centuries, general wealth rises in some European countries, especially in Spain, in Italy, in France, in Germany, England, the Netherlands, thanks to international trade and technical innovations that boost production. For most people it is barely perceptible. Life in the countryside will not be modified by this. But pockets of wealth appear in these countries. At the same time, the taste in architecture evolves towards lighter buildings, with less or no defensive features now that artillery made them less valuable than before. People also want more light, more air inside. And the construction of all this is going to start producing completely new types of homes. For a long time only for the happy few, but the new forms of homes and rooms that emerged at the time will still be very influential, very important, because they will inspire the bourgeoisie later and trickle all the way down in society. The first modification of medieval homes is that the great hall begins to shrink, and it tends to evolve into an entrance, not a place in which to stay or live, but a transition room from the outside to the rest of the home. So, where is the family going to eat and receive guests now that the great hall is disappearing? In a new type of room called a parlour, a room that becomes a withdrawal room for family meals and conversation in the 16th century. Not a proper dining room yet, because the modern dining room with a fixed table and chairs is also something that appears much later in the 19th century actually. Prior to that, people would eat in different places of the home, on light tables that could be installed and taken away after a meal. Sometimes surprisingly basic, it was just trestles and planks with tablecloths to hide them and make them look better. This is why you don't find ancient dining tables among antique furniture, at least not before the 19th century. There were desks, relatively small until the 18th century. There were kitchen tables where servants would eat. There were obviously small tables for convenience, but there was no dedicated fixed table or room for meals. And people would often eat in their bedroom when alone, or in their parlour when with their family or with guests. The 16th, 17th centuries were also the moment when bedrooms appeared, or reappeared. In affluent and aristocratic houses, there are still no corridors, or only for service. For example, behind the scenes in mansions and palaces, for servants to be able to access rooms without mingling with guests or the masters. But rooms remain in enfilade, as it is called, opening directly into each other. In these new mansions of the 16th century, the masters of the house have apartments, a series of rooms that in the 17th century comprise 2, 3, 4 different rooms, one after the other, from more to less public. Instead of a multifunction bedroom in which you sleep, but also read, work, receive guests, or eat when you're alone, these various rooms form an apartment and have different functions. Of course, the size and number of rooms of these apartments depend on the wealth of their owners and the places. But in capitals like Madrid, Paris, London, Amsterdam, the typical aristocratic or affluent type of homes in the 17th century is a mansion or a chateau, at least a manor house, with what is now a smaller entrance, giving access through discrete doors to service areas, including kitchens, laundry rooms, storage rooms, the servants' quarters. On the same floor or the upper floor, it also depended on the space available, were located the master's apartments, and contrary to the medieval practice of a single bedroom for husband and wife, they would become separated again. Not with the kind of strict segregation that existed in Greece in antiquity, as we saw before. Women were not hidden, not locked, they may receive guests in their apartments. And when the household entertains, they are increasingly expected to take charge of this activity, to organize things or supervise the help, greet guests, orchestrate social events, send invites. The type of lady of the house, of a homemaker that would become a figure of the 19th century was forming. Women reigning on domestic affairs and men going out, ideally forming a kind of partnership in which each one has a predetermined function, a role to play. This model began in the aristocracy and high bourgeoisie, before trickling down to the middle class. Remember, again, that when we speak of multiple rooms in apartments, we are speaking of rich people, and there were not that many. This type of large house was not limited to the nuclear family and their servants. The concept of household that existed in the 17th and 18th centuries included other relatives, grandparents, eventually brothers and sisters that were too young to get married and go form their own household, also friends of the family or cousins that had come to study or visit, plus all the servants. This was the definition of the household, so quite a lot of people living under the same roof. In these large houses, there are still no corridors, except behind the scenes, but in order to facilitate circulation and make the home grander, larger staircases begin to appear, symmetrical and monumental, starting outside and after the entrance, continuing inside. A feature that mansions or large houses tend to perpetuate today, beyond changes in styles of architecture or decoration. in the ladies' and the masters' apartments, communicated with the bedrooms, were large closets or small rooms for dressing, but no bathrooms yet. Instead, there would be a washstand, a kind of table with a jug of clean water and a bowl. Sometimes a tub could be brought for bath, directly inside the bedroom. It would be filled with hot water manually. There were no pipes at the time. Bathrooms would really become a thing in the 18th century, but at the beginning they were a curiosity, a kind of high-luxury amenities that only kings and queens or very wealthy eccentrics had access to. Bathrooms really started to generalize in the 19th century, and slowly, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We are now approaching the 18th century. The 18th and 19th century is really the time when much of our modern concept of home was invented, especially because in these periods the specialization of rooms accelerates. Rooms now fall into two well-defined categories that had been emerging again since the 16th century. The private ones, like bedrooms, rooms in which to retreat, that for women could be called a boudoir, and for men could be a study or a library. These were rooms strongly associated with one gender. They could be used to receive a guest, but being invited in a room like this was a kind of privilege, a sign of closeness, of friendship with the host. And then there would be public rooms, still only accessible to family members and guests, but rooms dedicated to socialization. In the 18th and 19th century, socialization in higher classes booms. It becomes a pastime. It is also necessary to conduct business or constantly reaffirm one's status and belonging to society. So aristocrats and bourgeois alike have intense social lives. They constantly host or are invited several times a week. And first, when you entertain, you make people eat, and the dining room appears. A separate room that can fit a large table and leaves room for servants to do their work around the guests. Since this room is dedicated to hosting dinners, and hosting is a status activity for a part, on top of being entertaining, the dining room gets a very careful decoration, and so does the table. In the 18th century, and it goes on in the 19th century, the industry of tableware, especially high-end tableware, also goes through a boom. It evolves from being a royal or at least very exclusive preoccupation to something more widespread in the still small but growing group of affluent households. After dinner, men and women will typically separate, and men may go to a smoking room or a library, whereas women go to the parlor in the US or in the UK to a drawing room. In this period, in the 19th century, these are synonyms. It was also called a salon in France, a room that is exclusively dedicated to receiving guests. So it is not a living room. It is entirely dedicated to receiving and showing guests what the household is about, its wealth, its good taste, its culture. First, because having a parlor is a sign of status in the first place, and second, because it is the best, or at least the most opulent room of the house. Etymologically, the parlor was initially something else entirely. It was a place in monasteries where monks and nuns could talk. there was an outer parlour, a room to discuss with visitors from the outside, and sometimes an inner parlour for conversation between themselves in monasteries that followed strict rules about silence. From this function of a place where to speak, the meaning of the word evolved and came to name this reception room in private houses. Here again, even more than in the dining room, the parlour receives a very intentional decoration. The best art pieces of the home, the best furniture, the carpets, curiosities here and there, precious clocks, chandeliers. That's the room for this. And here too, an industry of home decor, mirrors, clocks, lamps, chairs, fireplace frames, vases or other decorative objects, even the printing industry. Editors launched luxury editions of books with leather and gold leaf, so they could be exposed in parlours. So an entire industry prospers in the 19th century around the multiplication of parlours in bourgeois homes, from small to a very high bourgeoisie. A lot of the 19th century stuff that you find in antique shops today, from Europe to America, like these pieces of furniture and all these decorative elements that copy or get inspiration from styles of the previous centuries, a lot of it was manufactured in the 19th century to furnish parlours. There was also a production of books, globes, desks, bars for the smoking rooms and libraries where men would go after a dinner party. So here you see the return of roles based on genders, with men and women having dinner together, then separating for a little while, because it is assumed there are also topics of interest that are not the same. Men would typically talk business or politics together, for example, and after that they would gather again, when men would move to the parlour to be reunited with their spouses and stay a little longer before the end of the reception. That type of evening appeared in the 19th century, but parlours and salons existed before. In the 18th century, there were also rooms in large cities where ladies of the house would receive during the afternoons, and people could pay a visit, come and go. It was common knowledge that this particular day of the week, this lady would receive at home between certain hours, and her friends and acquaintances were welcome to go and stay for a few minutes or a few hours. These gatherings became important events during the period of the Enlightenment, especially in Paris, for aspiring writers, philosophers, poets, appearing in these circles and showing that they excelled at the art of conversation, or reading some of their work, could determine the rest of their career. Actually, in the good society, young men and women were also taught the art of conversation, of organizing, of participating or driving in a pleasant but also polite and entertaining manner a conversation, because that would be a crucial social skill for them. But if we take a bit of distance with all this, you see that in the 18th and 19th centuries, every room now falls into one category: private rooms and reception rooms. And that also tells us something about society and the way people lived, beyond the details about the names of rooms or what happened in them. As time passes, the separation between private and public spheres, the aspiration to privacy, only grows, and this goes hand in hand with the evolution of society and philosophical discourse. An important author here from the 17th century but he remains important to understand the Enlightenment period. In the 18th century, is John Locke, the English philosopher. He didn't use the word privacy in the way we do today, but he affirmed the concept of personal privacy, a right to autonomy and personal life, that he saw as tied to liberty and property. These concepts would be further worked on after him by others. In the history of ideas, what matters here is the growing affirmation that individuals have a natural right to liberty, a liberty that can even become limitless in their private sphere as long as they don't hurt others. This conception of liberty and individual autonomy are among the main features of the Age of Enlightenment. That's a concept that sounds rather familiar and uncontroversial today for anyone born in a Western-style democracy. But in the 18th century, this kind of statement was controversial. The rise in individualism, the extension of the right given to individuals as opposed to traditional structures like families or churches, this is something that is at the heart of political liberalism. I mean liberalism in the sense of the political doctrine, not the modern American sense that means more left-wing or left of center. So the doctrine of political liberalism, that is to say the affirmation of individual rights, a limited government that works for people and not the other way around, the rule of law, consent of the governed, with a state that has checks and balances, and these principles that have triumphed since then were revolutionary at the time. And I am mentioning all this, even though it sounds really far from the topic of domestic life, because it is not far. The growing separation between private and public spheres, the right and the possibility for people to retreat out of the public eye and live however they want in the intimacy of their home, these were actually reflections of a very deep and significant shift in the way people lived and saw their lives. And this was still relatively new in the 18th century, especially for less affluent classes that lived in small houses with a single room that made the right to privacy hard to enjoy. In a sense, the history of domestic life in the 19th and 20th century can be seen as the diffusion of this right to privacy deeper and deeper into society, to the point that today in rich countries, most families, even relatively poor families, have at least two spaces in their home. One that is more public for every family member, for gathering and reception of guests, and one that is more private, bedrooms mostly. It is not always possible to have these two spaces, but it is kind of an universal aspiration. We consider the possibility to isolate as a basic element of comfort in a home. Without it, it is hard to see it as pleasant or desirable. So, in summary, it is logical. Our homes reflect not just our physical needs, they reflect our psychological needs too, and the way we socialize, from close family to strangers. And the rooms express, reflect all that. Now, returning to our history, with new changes in lifestyles, rooms kept evolving in the 20th century, especially reception rooms, because after peaking in the late 19th century, parlors quickly began to decline. Because socialization became increasingly informal, casual as the 20th century advanced, and as the middle class lived in larger houses thanks to a fast rise in standards of living. On top of the parlor, a less formal sitting room or family room had appeared in affluent houses. All of these functions merged into a single room, first because the middle and middle upper classes did not have enough space to distinguish that much between rooms, and second because with casual dining for guests gaining ground, it became just more convenient and pleasant to merge reception rooms with the room where the family lives. The dining room remained sometimes, even though it became more and more open on the living room in the 20th century, forming a larger and larger space. This living room is probably the emblematic room of the 20th century, because it says a lot about family life. It reflects how gender segregation disappeared completely, so no need to have separate rooms for men and women. It reflects that the nuclear family with parents and children also became the norm, as opposed to the extensive households of the past that had servants at home, full-time, a practice that also fell out of favor or affordability. In bedrooms, as the practice of having separate apartments for husbands and wives disappeared, the spouses were reunited in the same marital bedroom that prevailed in the Middle Ages. A trend in some countries in recent years, I think about the US in particular, has been toward the extension of this family room, always larger and larger, to the point that the kitchen was opened on it, and new homes tended to have a huge central space, an open space to which everything was connected, except bathrooms and bedrooms, creating a spacious and well-lighted open space where the whole family can spend time during the day and at night. Now, privacy remains always a good key to understand homes and their problems. This open model may sound appealing, and it certainly works for certain families, but it can also be annoying when people work at home. It becomes a problem when you have to coexist with noisy kids and work in the same space. That can be challenging. So maybe a feature of new homes in the next generation or two will be the reintroduction of closed, comfortable and convenient office spaces, because that's how we want to work and live. Another driver of 19th and 20th century interior architecture was the question of hygiene, the realization of how important it was. And this had consequences on kitchens and bathrooms. Running water became a norm, but that's another relatively recent change. In the late 18th century, it was exceptional. In the 19th century, it was still a luxury, and it really massified in the 20th century. Bathrooms with fixed tubs and sinks and toilets plus running water, those are 19th century inventions. In new homes built in industrialized countries, flush toilet became standard in middle-class homes by the early 20th century. At first, these homes only had one bathroom, and increasingly, still for middle-class homes, two bathrooms, or at least separate toilets. The more a modern home is fancy, the more bathrooms tend to multiply since the 1980s. Because yet another trend is to build bedrooms en suite, almost systematically the master bedroom when a house is big enough to have one, and if possible, more bedrooms. so that each bedroom ends up with its walk-in closet and bathroom attached. Or at least, this is something people tend to aspire to. Now it is also hard to quickly define how new homes are nowadays, because there are conflicting trends at play. First, it depends on the countries. In Europe, new homes tended to remain of the same size or shrink over the past few decades, whereas in America, they grew and grew, especially in suburban areas, to the point that some people started to make fun of these oversized homes with mixed styles of architecture. I guess you heard of the term Mansions, because they have a lot of space inside and high ceilings. The supply of space creates demand for rooms in these homes. They have new types of rooms that are placed there or invented to fill in the space, like home movie theaters, bowling alleys, supersized garages, and more. But in general, the American public has been buying larger homes with larger rooms in the past 3 or 4 decades. In contrast, you have zones where homes have been shrinking, either due to very high demand and lack of space in large cities, where even for the upper middle class, the norm today for young people, unless they have inherited an apartment or a lot of money, is a small apartment, a studio or one-bedroom apartment in which every square foot matters. And sometimes it is voluntary, in search of simplicity and getting rid of stuff. Some people choose so-called tiny houses with a single room that has 2 functions for day and night. A type of home where there is no room left for public space. It becomes entirely dedicated to the privacy of the 1 or 2 inhabitants and leaves no space for reception. All socialization is transferred outside the home. So, if we were to summarize the evolution of rooms in the 20th century, first it is a very fast and spectacular change. The ideal of a 1900 home, ideal because reality is different, it is shaped by constraints of space, so the ideal is what most people would have aspired to. This ideal of 1900 would have been a home with still a good number of servants, a strict separation of rooms between public and private rooms, based on gender, even though it was already beginning to recede, and highly specialized rooms separated by walls. Each room had a function. A century later, home plans are much more open, fluid, and family-centric. Less people live in the home because there are no servants anymore, no grandparents generally, and less children. And the core of the home is now an open space, more or less open, as some walls are often kept to partially isolate spaces. One for dining, one for cooking, one for working, one for watching TV or playing games. And this family space is also where guests are received, because socialization is now way more casual than it used to be. The place for intimacy and isolation has been returned exclusively to the bedroom. But this model is not set in stone, it evolves constantly. And probably that homes in 50 years will be very different, shaped by technology, the way we live, how we live the different functions we need to find in our homes, what families are like. Maybe the trend toward smaller and smaller family units and a lot of single people will be reversed. For example, some people think that the future could see a return of multi-generational homes, with grandparents, parents and children not sharing the exact same home, but living close to one another. On different levels, different floors, for example. Rooms keep changing, and this is what makes them so interesting to analyze.